can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul. Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul. Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul. Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. I'm your host, Amrita, and I welcome you again to this beautiful episode of Yoga and Meditation. And today's stars of this episode are already with us. We have with us Vamadev Ji, we have with us Jeffrey Armstrong, and many other professional leaders of yoga and meditation. But before we talk to them and before we get the showers of the blessings from them, let's start with short prayer of Gayatri Mantra. Join your hands together, closing your eyes. With a calm mind, taking a deep breath inside Om Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् शांति शांति शांति. Welcome. At every episode of Yoga and Meditation, we try to bring to you some new aspects about knowing yourself and self-healing. And therefore, this episode is very special because we have with us a very renowned figure in the field of yoga, Ayurveda, and Vedic knowledge system, none other than Vamadev Shastri ji, David Frawley with us. Global namaste to you and a very good morning. Vamadev Shastri ji has written many numerous books. He is a recipient of Padma Vibhushan, as well as his contribution in the field of Vedic knowledge system, yoga, Ayurveda, and Hinduism is very profound. The world knows his contribution, where he has taken up this Indian knowledge systems across the oceans and has prevailed the flagship of this Vedic systems globally and have taught so many students and enlightened the lives of people. Today, we are here again to take some note and blessings from him. And also, we are very happy to celebrate at this episode the launch of his new book, The Yoga Beyond Body and Mind, the translation and commentary of Upadeshasaram of Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi ji. Global namaste to you, Vamadev Shastri ji, and we all are eagerly waiting to know what profound knowledge this book holds, as this book's name itself reveals a lot of things.
Namaste, Amrit, and very good to be with you and to be with our friends there, Jeffrey and so many others all over the world. And it is my great honor to be with Healing the Earth again. And we have done other programs with you in the past, and we look forward to doing other programs in the future. We're just trying to figure out when and where in the world these are going to be, because I suppose these could be almost anywhere, which is wonderful to know. And I'm also very happy to share with you my recent book, Yoga Beyond Body and Mind. And you can see a picture of Ramana on the other side here. And of course, the great inspiration there. And the book represents my association with Ramana and the ashram for actually well over 50 years now. And I'm very happy that Sri Ram Mohan, one of my main friends and associates at the ashram, who was running the mountain path and so many Ramana centers and traveling, was able to write a wonderful foreword to the book. And I'm also happy to do this book at several levels because Ramana did not have so many direct teachings in Sanskrit of his own. So this was also put together by Kavyakanta Ganapati Muni. And I've also gone over it many times in the original Sanskrit chanting and all of it. Upadesha Saram means the essence of instruction, and that is relative to self-inquiry and self-realization. Now, why the title Yoga Beyond Body and Mind? And that is very simple because the goal of yoga has always been to move beyond body and mind to pure consciousness, the inner self, the Paramatma. So, of course, yoga is being applied at many levels: physical, pranic, senses, concentration, pilgrimage, bhakti, jnana, karma, and so forth. All these have their place. And what's very important about this yoga beyond body and mind, it directs us to the path of self-inquiry and self-realization. But it also examines the role and the preparations for that relative to karma yoga, bhakti yoga, mantra yoga, pranayama, or taking also a very broad and integral view. We have this view in Yoga Vedanta of adhikara, or preparation, or being ready for the teachings. And that requires having a sattvic body and mind. It also requires, of course, yamas and niyamas of the yoga. But the goal of yoga is always samadhi, which is unitary consciousness, and specifically the nirvikalpa samadhi, the highest state of samadhi, which is a resting in our own inner being, the pure self, Parabrahman, and Paramatma, which is the supreme cosmic reality. Body is the vehicle of our manifestation. We teach how to deal with that, of course, with Ayurveda. And mind is the vehicle. But yoga is always about going beyond the mind. It goes all the way back, of course, to Yoga Sutras, where yoga is defined as chitta vritti nirodha, which means the silencing of the mind, negation of the mind, transcendence of the mind, and returning to the state of the drashta, the Purusha Atma, or the seer, which is beyond the activities of the mind. So in that regard, mind is the vehicle, but we need to go beyond the mind and its functions. Above all, being able to take what is called the sakshi bhava, or witnessing the mind, which also means witnessing our thoughts. You are not your thoughts any more than you are something on the outside of yourself. These are functions in Prakriti. These are aspects of karmic impressions from the past. So our goal then is to create this, what we would say is a disidentification with the mind. You no longer think, oh, I am the mind, or these thoughts, these opinions belong to me. No, you are the witness of the mind, just as you are the witness of the body. And of course, to reach that state, one must have a calm and concentrated dharmic and sattvic mind, as is also the basis of the inner aspects of yoga, dharana, dhyana, samadhi. So we often say mind is our best friend and our worst enemy, but we must learn how to use it, concentrate it, but also go beyond it. For that, there are so many meditation practices. Ramana emphasizes self-inquiry, bringing up the question, who am I? Not what am I or how other people see me or how I appear or what I do or want, but what is the essence of our being behind and beyond the mind and behind and beyond the states of waking, dream, and deep sleep. Deep sleep is our, we might say, natural state of meditation, what is called shushupti. A few years ago, I did a book called Yoga of Consciousness, where I went through these states in some detail relative to the famous Mandukya Upanishads. And then meditation is cultivating, and yoga is cultivating what we call moment by moment awareness. Of course, there we have our times of practice, we have our different types of practice, but yoga should be an ongoing state of deepening self-awareness, which is not simply awareness of who we are as individual selves or minds or social entities, but recognizing that self-awareness is pervading everything in the universe. Whatever you see is part of the same seeing, is part of the same deeper reality. That same self pervades all of nature, and we are just one manifestation of the universal self. And it's our duty and our ultimate goal as human beings to allow that Paramatma to manifest within us and to connect with our universe as a whole and to share it with the rest of humanity. As we all know, most of us are trapped in the ego. We don't even know what the self is. And so those deeper teachings need to be given and shared, because if we do that, we can easily understand it, because self-awareness is our nature. If our awareness isn't there, of course, we're not there either. And we need to master the mind. And this is particularly true in this digital and AI era. I also mentioned that somewhat in the book to put it in a current context, that we need a consciousness of the witness, of the inner self, to be able to use all these tools that are expanding the outer mind, its sensory function, its information, its communication. We still need the vision of the yogi to raise this to a higher consciousness rather than simply have it trapped and controlled by the same egoistic forces or the forces of ignorance or avidya. Now, almost everyone knows of Bhagwan Ramana Maharshi. He had his great self-realization as a mere youth of 16 years old in Madurai, where he was living at the time. And he did this process of self-inquiry in 30 minutes and was able to move into that state of self-realization, which he never left again for the rest of his life and even, of course, beyond. He became a wandering sadhu. He ended up settling down, as it were, in Tiruvannamalai, which is the Agni Linga of Lord Shiva in Tamil Nadu. And the Arunachala mountain is said to be a manifestation of the Sri Yantra, in which one can connect to the great rishis and yogis. I remember going up the mountain once, and then a sadhu dressed in orange, very senior fellow, walked across near the top of the mountain in front of me and disappeared. It was a kind of darshan, you might say, uh, in that form. I had, of course, gone to that mountain many times among many mountains and also visited many of the great teachers that were still alive. My mentor, K. Natation, was born in he lived to be 96 years old. Uh, so he was born in, I believe, around 1912. And he had been with Ramana from a very young age. And we were able to connect to the teachings from there and also with many of the great inspirations there and Ramana's teachings. And the teachings of Kavyakanta Ganapati Muni, his chief disciple, who was also he was the greatest Sanskrit writer of modern India. He did 1,000 verses on the goddess Uma, 40 chapters, each in a different Sanskrit meter. And he explored all the teachings of mantra and meditation. He was also a great adept in Ayurveda and Jyotish and every aspect of yoga and understood all the subtle lokas and Vedic teachings. So I've tried to bring that in and share that with the particular book involved and get us to take yoga directly beyond body and mind. But I should also mention that in the Upadesha Saram, Ramana also unfolds a stage by stage development of sadhana from all these methods of karma yoga, bhakti yoga, into creating the foundation for the atma vichara or the self-inquiry, which is the culmination of the teachings taking us to that understanding of our true self being the self of all and the entire universe dwelling in the hridaya or the spiritual heart, which Ramana gives so much emphasis to. That is the seat of the self, not just simply the physical heart or even the mind or even the heart chakra of the subtle body, the heart in the transcendent self as the seat of that pure, abiding, eternal, infinite self-awareness of which we are but a limited human manifestation, but we have that great universal potential. So I offer my obeisance and my pranams to these great gurus. Many others have helped, Swami Dayananda, Saraswati of Arsha Vidya, Shivananda Murti, and many others that we have worked with over time. But this is the essential teachings, and we're very happy to share it with you. And I'm very happy to bring this out at this stage where at least I can share what I have done with it for quite a long period of time. So, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha, Hari Om Tat Sat.
Hari Om Tasat. Wow, amazing. What a prolific explanation, or in such a simple way, you have explained about the journey of an individual. And I'm really touched upon the fact of talking um, about the spiritual heart. Can you tell our viewers what is a spiritual heart? And this also reminds me about when we talk about in Ayurveda and yoga about manaha and manasthiti and how the mana talks to yourself and gives you the fact of understanding and takes you inwards. What is the spiritual heart? Can you please explain to our viewers? Thank you.
Yes. Well, first of all, we should note that the Hridaya is the main factor actually mentioned in Upanishads. It has that great tradition. But Hridaya, as Ramana says, is not the physical heart. It's not also the heart chakra of the subtle body. If we were wanting to connect to it or locate it, it would be slightly to the right of the physical heart. And even Hridiya is mentioned in Yoga Sutras. The mind, the prana are all connected to or located in or have their origin in the Hridiya. From the Hridiya comes the source of awareness. It comes from also comes the source of prana, the source of speech. And essentially, we need to go back and follow these currents back to that essence of consciousness. The spiritual heart or Hridiya is also connected to the karana sharira or the causal body, but even beyond that as the seat of the Atma. So when we inquire into who am I, and when we also inquire into the state of deep sleep and into samadhi, it is connected to that spiritual heart. And the Upanishads have a very important teaching called the Dahara Vidya, which means the small space within the heart. And it's said that the entire universe dwells within the small space within the spiritual heart. And if we go there, we can experience oneness with all. It is the essence of all yoga because it is the seat of the samadhi and, of course, the nirvikalpa samadhi. So it's important to bring that in. Of course, there is the Sahasrara, there is the Agnya Chakra, all the different chakras. These have their relevance. But Ramana likes to take us to that essence of self-awareness in the Hridiya, because we all want to go back to the heart, but we don't go back to the essence of the spiritual heart. We often get caught up in outer emotions. So that is his emphasis. And he always talked about his teachings as heart to heart, but heart to heart in the sense of the Hridiya, not just at an emotional level. That's also where the essence of bhakti is, where we can experience oneness with the Ishta Devata and whatever aspect of the divine we are connected to, Shiva Shakti, or eventually the Paramatma, which is all the devatas and which contains all. Hari Om.
So wonderful. Vamdev Shastriji, I also wanted to ask you, you have been talking about intellectual knowledge before we move to Riddhi from London for more questions. So how is intellectual knowledge connected with the spiritual heart? And how can an individual acquire, because in the time of AI, with the time of all the things where we have artificial intelligence, and how can an individual correlate that to connect oneself with this Hridaya? Thank you.
Well, we have to understand that the intellect is not an instrument of truth perception. It is not an instrument of self-knowledge or self-realization directly. The intellect exists to help us organize facts, information, action, and expression in the outer world. So the intellect works to organize knowledge based upon some other means of knowledge, sensory perception, data, experiments, what someone has taught us, or the use of logic. But the intellect is still the function of the chitta or the outer mind. Now, in the Vedanta, we need to develop the sattvic mind. Ramana says that that is the adhikara. That is what is necessary. But to do that, we have to turn the consciousness within. You did the Gayatri mantra, Diyo Yona Prachodaya. Diya is also the Vedic for Buddhi, but Buddhi is the higher mind turning within, letting go, and we move from Chitta, which is the mind in the manifest karmic sense, to Chit as pure consciousness, as the Paramatma, Purusha, the seer of all. So we need to have to use the intellect outwardly, but to reach the self-realization, we have to go beyond the mind. And in this context, there is a fundamental error or mistake in the mind we have to deal with, what we call the buddhi dosha, or the mistake or error of the buddhi. The buddhi determines what is true and what is false, what is right and what is wrong, but it doesn't always function in the right way. So its main mistake is taking the body and the mind to be the self. That is the buddhi dosha. That leads to what we call chitta dushti, or the damaging, the disturbance, the misperceptions in the mind. So we have to make that fundamental change and orientation of the intellect in that sense of first purifying it, making it sattvic, but also then developing that viveka or discernment. And Yoga Sutras, of course, emphasizes viveka vairagya as yoga. Viveka, discernment between name, form, and number, and the true self-being of pure consciousness. And vairagya is not identifying, giving up identification with the body and the mind. You use them as tools. You know, when you're driving your car, you don't think, I am my car. You're witnessing and directing the vehicle. So directing our instruments that way. Now, in our world today, we have so many instruments. The Upanishads say that the human being was created with 5 senses that move our awareness out in 5 different ways. Well, now we have not only 5 senses, but hundreds of artificial forms of sensation, information, and media, which actually often circumvent our buddhi. We don't have attention, we don't have discernment, so we let these outer factors occupy our minds. Now, any knowledge we get from the outside has to be judged or discerned according to our inner discrimination and power of attention, dharana, Shakti. And that is what people are losing today. We do need, of course, the communication, the information involved. It can be very helpful. We're doing that right now. But we must always remember that it's not a substitute for self-knowledge or the Atma Vidya. It is there for giving us more harmony or functioning in the outer world. And unless we get rid of and question the human ego, there's always the danger that whatever new technology we create, the human ego takes up for its same old power and control issues. And that's why today we not only need to study the new technology, we need to develop the yogic vision, the detachment, viveka, vairagya, to use it for a higher awareness, not just simply for the same outer factors we've been doing. Hari Om.
Thank you. Such an amazing way to look into oneself and to sustain in today's artificial world. I'm sure Riddhi from London and Alexandra from Croatia also look up for more questions for you. Riddhi, please take away, and then we follow up with Alexandra. Thank you. Hari Om.
Hari Om, Global Namaste, Ramadevaji. It's lovely to have you here with us again. Just building on the whole idea here of Yoga Sutras with the avidya and the asmita.
Yes.
How would you explain to somebody that knows they should be doing yoga, that knows that they should be doing the sadhanas, but they get stuck at the level of Manamaya Kosha, and they
Yes.
haven't developed the Viveka Buddhi to be able to go to the level of actually having a continuous practice, even though intellectually the Viveka Buddhi says this is good for me, but they haven't quite assimilated to practicing and doing this, which takes them beyond the Manamaya Kosha into the Vijnanamaya Kosha. What are your words of advice for that person?
Yes, that's a very important question. And we have to understand this whole klesha theory in the Yoga Sutras, because that it shows the basic, I would say, pathology of the mind. And that is basically showing how the outer mind works. So we are all born in and arise in this state of avidya, which is said to be ignorance, but is not ignorance of ordinary things. It doesn't mean that you can't learn science or you can't do mathematics. It's a special avidya, which is the lack of the Atma Vidya. We do not know ourselves, or we do not know consciousness in itself. Our consciousness is something of observing things on the outside. And as we said, thoughts are actually from the outside and they're connected to our conditioning, environment, etc. So the foundation of yoga, and the foundation, of course, the yoga beyond the mind, is to go beyond that avidya. Now, as our lives and our consciousness and our mind develops, avidya moves into asmita or ahankara, which is this identification with the body and the mind. I am the body, I am the mind. And we get programmed by fear and other emotions. And of course, we come in with our karmas and our samskaras from past lives pushing us forward. And once that ego ahankara is established, it moves us into the realm of duality, raga, dvesha, attraction, repulsion, like and dislike, good and bad, and all the dualities that we get caught into. And so we get caught in this movement, this roller coaster of the dualities of the mind, which is mainly what manas and manomaya kosha is doing. And as this happens over time, we get trapped in what is called abhinavesha. And I like to explain it very simply as addiction. Our mind gets trapped in the dualities and it gets addicted to various habitual activities and very deep-seated attachments, desires, fears, and being dominated by the outer world. So we need to cultivate a higher awareness that counters the avidya, that counters the duality, that lets go of all this addictive patterns. And this is, of course, yoga. This is also dharana, dhyana, samadhi, power of attention. What's happening today? Who has a power of attention or dharana shakti? We're getting rid of it. Our attention span is in seconds. In yoga, it's supposed to be in hours, or it's supposed to be continually. So we need to turn the buddhi around. So ordinarily, we use our buddhi and our viveka to discriminate the factors of the outer world, name, form, number, self, other, and all these external things. And even in science, I'm not saying this is wrong, but you're looking at the outer factors. And so we turn the buddhi within by learning to discern between these prime factors, self and not self, sat and atsat, real and unreal, ananda and anananda, the essence of ananda from suffering, and darkness from light. We have, of course, these famous Diwali prayers and so forth, the eternal from the transient. So that aspect of buddhi has to be developed. And we also need to study these shastras and the teachings of the great gurus. Ramana's teachings were also very closely connected to those of Adi Shankara. And we also look into those as well. And we should also remember Adi Shankara produced the greatest bhakti stotras as well. So we need to develop a viveka, vairagya, sattvic-based buddhi and answer and question that issue of who am I? Not what am I, what I own, what is my identity, but what is the essence of my being and consciousness, because whatever you see on the outside, even your thoughts, you are not that. Those are images and movements happening in the mind. You are the seer. So if you hold to the state of the seeing rather than get caught in the seeing, then that higher power of awareness comes within you. There are many special little teachings in the Advaita Vedanta. Ramana also mentioned some of the Drigdrishya Viveka, discriminating between the seer and the seen. There's an important text of Adi Shankara on that. And then we also have to purify the mind. We have to let go of all these emotions, fear, anger, impatience, lack of concentration. So there's a lot of self-awareness, self-development, and yoga is also part of that, yamas, niyamas, and all this whole cultivation of the direct power of attention, which is what we call the ekagra chitta, or the one-pointed mind. That is what we need. And that is, of course, the basis then of the buddhi in the higher sense, the one-pointed buddhi. But for that, we also have to bring that one-pointedness to the prana. And we also have to develop a steady focus of intention, sankalpa, sadhana. Life has to be a sadhana, and a continual remembrance, self-remembrance, and holding to awareness in all that we do. In fact, if we have an inner awareness, we do whatever we do better. Sri Aurobindo used to say a yogi can always do something, can always be better, do something better than a non-yogi, because they do it with full attention. So that is all part of this cultivation. And then Manomaya Kosha is connected to all the senses. Its goal is to organize sensory data, and which is coming to us from all sides. But Manomaya Kosha also has that point focus, so it tries to put together all these points and make them into some sort of picture as to what is going on. But the Vijnana is based upon knowledge that is experientially based, that is based upon direct knowing. And the senses do not give us direct knowledge. They give us appearances. We often say the world is Maya. What we mean by that is the world is an appearance. But to know what you have to know what is behind the appearance. We see the waves and we forget the ocean. So we develop this vijnana, or a more direct experiential knowledge, and that's what sadhana helps us do, because we are looking at things with viveka, vairagya, and seeing this and moving towards the state of the seer, the purusha, rather than just looking at things from the outside, getting a quick impression here, running after enjoyment there, and being dominated by our senses. So we need to open the third eye, the unitary direct seeing of the self. And it's simply to ask, who am I when I'm caught up in the outer world? It's a good medicine, because you realize you're not what's going on at the outside. And even, okay, we have all these issues, fear, desire, anger, they go away. You can witness them, you can transcend them. And from the Manomaya Kosha, we have to go beyond to Vijnana, Ananda.
Yeah.
And Ananda as the essence of contentment and shanti, not simply an emotional high, and move into the nirvikalpa state where we witness the mind. Everything the mind is doing is actually a vikalpa. It's something that is imagined. It is not a direct perception. That comes out of the Atma, when we are the seer, the self, the knower of all. And the wonder, the beauty is that is our true nature. But you have to turn within to the Hridaya to discover that, and you can. The presence of the guru helps, the mantra helps, certain meditation helps, pilgrimage helps, so many things. So that journey into consciousness and samadhi. Don't leave out samadhi in your life. Don't leave out nirvikalpa samadhi in your life. Emotions and pleasures are fine, but they're just little ripples at the surface of ananda, shanti, and self-awareness. Hari Om.
Thank you. Oh, amazing. That was so lovely.
So I think
Alexandra,
beautiful answer as
yeah,
well.
Riddhi.
Alexandra, I'll come to you in just a second, but I just want to have another question here as well. So we're talking about going into Anandamaya Kosha, and that's actually really peering into the true self as what is real, the Jiva Atma, as you will. So this actually brings out another sense to me, which is tamas, rajas, and sattva. And then we have gunastita. And gunastita is really where we let go of all of the other ragas, dveshas, kleshas, and we come into a state of equilibrium. Is that the same as actually going into a state of anandamaya kosha? Is there another level to it?
Well, first we must understand that there is Ananda and Anandamaya Kosha.
Right.
Anandamaya Kosha is the reflection of the Ananda into the Jivatma, into the and it is the basis of the state of deep sleep. It also, whatever pleasure, happiness you're experiencing through the mind, the body, or the senses, is but a reflection of that deeper transcendent ananda. And that ananda maya kosha is actually the core of the karana sharira that holds all of our deeper desires, wishes, aspirations, and so forth. So we move in through the Ananda Maya Kosha, but it is the pure Ananda that is self-existent. It is Atma. It is not. It is Satchit Ananda. It is not simply a kosha, but it is reflected into the mind. And of course, the highest Ananda is Gunatita. It's beyond the qualities of things outwardly. Now, what is happening in life, there's also what we call Ananda as the rasa, or the essence. We are always looking for a deeper essence. You get some essence or tanmatra through the senses indirectly. You can go to them more directly into the subtle body. Even an artist is looking for a rasa, an essence of beauty. Knowledge, you're looking for an essence of knowledge. But the ultimate essence is your own being, your own atma, which is, of course, the basis of Ananda as the unity or the oneness with all. So let us seek Ananda, but let us seek the immortal, infinite Ananda. Let's not just run after its shadows in the outer world, because they come and go. And what sorrow is running into this imperfect or dualistic, or you might say contrary seeking ananda. And again, we have to purify the mind of the tamas, the rajas, and the sattva, the darkness, the ignorance of tamas, the arrogance of the and passion of the rajas. And we go through sattva, but we also have to transcend sattva, because sattva is the sattvic mind, but that's the basis for moving to the consciousness beyond the mind. It needs to be developed, but it also then you have to eventually let go of the mind, and you will discover that ananda is the essence of everything, and sat chit are also ananda, shanti, ishvara, paramatma, etc. Hari Om.
Wonderful. Alexandra, over to you.
Thank you so much. Global Namaste from Croatia. It was just
Yeah, I'm mesmerized by this cascading waterfall of nectar coming out of your precious mind and heart, Devaji. I would like to invite you just here to Croatia and leave Dr. Amrita and Riddhi to ask you questions. I'm just speechless. I'm here to learn. So thank you so much.
Well, I would be very happy to join you there. We have had a lot of connections to Eastern Europe. In fact, we often find the students in Eastern Europe are better than those in Western Europe, not to criticize anyone per se. So yes, that is very important. And we also found out that there's a strong connection of Eastern Europe with India. When I was in the National Museum of Bulgaria, they had a book, and their book said that their original culture came from India. So there is that connection with the Slavic world and the people who have come across the steppes of Asia, as it were. In any case, we need to all go back to our origin in the great rishis and yogis and their great teachings. Hari Om.
Hari Om. Vamdevji, I would like you to meet Professor Naveen Gupta, Ayurvedacharya from London, and he's also a very big fan of yours, as I am. And Professor Naveen Gupta, your comments about the book, as well as if you have any questions, please go ahead. Thank you.
The comment about the book is, I'm about to read this book. I already know that Dr. David Foley from my first meeting 30 years ago at the Delhi University, and then further at many other places. And so this is the Vedic books from the American Institute of Vedic Studies, which is on my screen now, Yoga Beyond Body and Mind. So Yoga Beyond Body and Mind is the self. And डॉक्टर वामदेव जी शास्त्री जी आपको प्रणाम, बहुत बहुत प्रणाम आप. तो आप he spoke about Ramana Maharshi teachings and everything. Riddhi and you have spoken so many words: asmita, ahamkara, avidya, sukshma sharira, sthul sharira, karan sharira, advait vedanta. You have spoken everything, so I do not know what words I will speak. I will only speak one word from Charaka Samhita. It's reference from that. Health results from the natural balanced state of the doshas. Therefore, the wise try to maintain them in their balanced state. And everything mentioned by Vamadevji Shastriji about Upanishada. So I will just read one Upanishad teaching, and then I will say Hari Om. The essence of all beings is earth. The essence of earth is the water. The essence of water is the plants. And the essence of plant is the human being. Hari Om. Pranam.
Hari Om. But it also says that the essence of the human being is speech, and the essence of speech is Om, and Om is the essence of everything. So we are all manifestations of that Om, which is Paramatma, which is the sound of the self, which creates the universe. Om is also Pranava, which is the indicator of Ishvara as the Adiguru of yoga. So we should not forget our divine and transcendent origins. Yes, we have earth, water, fire, air, and ether. We have the three gunas, but we also have that witnessing self, that inner seer. And yoga and meditation is just about going to our inner home, turning within to our eternal reality, which is one with all. Hari Om.
That is why I wanted you to continue. That's why I didn't ask the question. This was my style of asking the question to you, at stopping at the human being. So I knew that you will continue it as a seer. And I knew also that you are taking the teachings of Ramana Maharshi in a very beautiful way, Advaita Vedanta, with one beautiful things what all of you have mentioned, Acharya ji, you, Vamadev Shastri, I call you Acharyaji. And Riddhi also mentioned about Gunatita. So with just a simple song, and I will finish and will hurry on to again to everybody. That is Kalatita, Gunatita, Bhavatita, Brahma, 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 Mehetto Mahatara, Brahma, 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 Sukshmato Sukshmata, Brahma, 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 Hari Om. Hari Om.
Hari Om.
Thanks for mentioning that Parabrahma, Paramatma is the same, but yet they represent one, the self of all, and two, everything. So Brahman and Atman, that is us, and we are all, and we are always there, and that is always within us, around us, and within all. Hari Om.
Vamadev Shastri Jatwa, it was so wonderful to have you and talk to you about this book. Before we leave you, we don't want to actually, isn't it, Riddhi? It is such an enlightening and a nice start of our episode. I would like to
Anyway,
just
yeah.
ask you before we have Jeffrey Armstrong as well with us. Global Namaste, Jeffrey Ji. Would you like to have any comments and any questions for Vamadev Shastri Ji before we move further?
Vamadev is an acharya who speaks for himself. I think it is most important that we just listen deeply to what he said. And I remind everyone, the English language was not designed to repeat and to express this Sanskrit Vedanta. So you'll find an awkwardness and a quite indecisiveness in certain terminology, but do not think that that invalidates the message. And this is why we use more Sanskrit terms and try to use English to illuminate them. So David is one of the great acharyas of our time who has been a leader in this process of coming into the world. And each acharya comes from a sampradaya, which will give them an angle to the way that they're describing the Veda. And so this is important for everyone to remember so they don't think it's oppositional. It's just seeing it from a particular aspect and angle. And that's why they always use Sanskrit terminology to reinforce what they're teaching. Lovely to see you again, David.
Well, I'm also very happy to be with Jeffrey, who is a great kavi or seer poet. And I would also like to let people know that one of the first things I did is I spent several years just studying Rig Veda and the rishis and the kavis. Now, yoga begins with going back to the state of the drashta or the seer. That's what rishi means. So rishi and yoga are the same, and all these mantras are connected. And Kavindra here has been able to create a lot of very wonderful new poetry, even in English. So it's very happy to have that inspiration with us and sharing that also today. Hari Om.
Hari Om. Thank you, Vamadev Shastriji, for being with us as well as sharing your insight. I think a lot of viewers today who are watching us will be very happy to read this book and also get some wisdom and insight to know into the real reality of the world, what the life is, and how to seek that reality beyond the virtual realities where we have landed in today's time. So please stay around. Thank you so, so much. Hari Om.
Hari Om.
Riddhi, isn't it so interesting? We have on our screen so many profound people, and it is just so heartwarming to have these profound people with us. And to all our viewers, yoga beyond body and mind is very essential, and each word an alphabet of YOGA. The yoga, the real knowledge, is the real insight that Vamadev Shastriji has shared with us over this time. Vamadev Shastriji, before you leave, your one last tip for all our viewers on this yoga episode, how this thing can be implemented and what best they can do to make their lives more happy before we move to Kavindra Rishiji.
Yes. Well, yes, it's very important that your life is rooted in meditation, whether it's the first thing you do when you get up in the morning or before you go to sleep at night. Have a meditative view, a contemplative view of yourself and life. And that way, yoga and meditation will reveal the essence of reality to you and in everything around you. All life is yoga, and Satchitananda is in all, but we just have to be aware and dedicated and continue that work and develop our sadhana as best we can. Take it one step at a time and just keep on going, and you will and eventually reach the top of the highest mountain. Hari Om.
Hari Om. Bahut bahut dhanyawad. Thank you. Riddhi, it's so nice to have Vamadev ji as well as Kavindra Rishi ji with us. And it's time to move on and to look into how this journey of understanding of yoga that has been derived from the essence of the Vedas, the essence of the Gita, has come to us. So from the yoga beyond body and mind, as we move to the Bhagavad Gita, comes alive a radical translation by our Kavindra Rishi ji, an insight on that, which talks more about this. Riddhi, please take it away. Thank you so much.
Well, Amrita, I think it's also very nuanced how we can see the Vedic Shastras that David G brings with him when we look at yoga going beyond the body and the mind, beyond these kleshas, beyond these avidyas, to see what is really deeper and what's really going on here. It takes us beyond the senses that we see and that we experience on a day-to-day basis into something a lot deeper. And that really, to me, is what the Bhagavad Gita also stands for. It's how do we take that knowledge and make it a part of our day-to-day experiences? How do we actually take this knowledge that we get in the Vedic Vidyas and move it into our common understanding that we practice again and again to always remember and to never forget? And that gives me great pleasure to introduce Kavindra Rishiji to all of you. A global namaste. Kavindra Rishiji is somebody that has been practicing how to bring Sanskrit into English for the last 50 years, into really looking at how to decipher these Vedas into common day language that anybody can understand. And it's really beautiful to see how he does this through his poems, his kavitas, but also through his writings and how everything just flows so effortlessly. He is also a Vedic Friend Association peer alongside David Forley, and he has done plenty of work as an Indologist and also a Lifetime Achievement Award recipient. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce him once more to all of you today. A global namaste, Kavindra Rishiji.
Namaste, Riddhi. It is such a pleasure to be here, and of course to be in the company of a Acharya like David Frowley. So thank you for this lovely opportunity.
Fabulous. And would you like to lead us with the Guru Mantra, please?
Of course. Om Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo, Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat, Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. we all deeply indebted to each of the acharyas that have passed on the Vedic Vidya to us from the different sampradayas, which are the main strands of the Vedic Vidya as it has come forward into modern times. So it's an honor to be here, Riddhi.
That's beautiful, Jeffrey G. And I think one of the things that you've always taught us from the very beginning was Sat Chit Ananda Vairagya, to really enable ourselves to let go of the transient and the temporary that we see that are pulled by our senses, that are taking us in all kinds of different directions, to actually just being centered, focused, and coming back to who we really are. Can you please expand?
Yes. As we begin this conversation, and as I know all of you are deeply now meditating upon it as a subject, the important thing to understand is because the Sanskrit language is so precise, because it is the mainstay of the entire Vedic civilization, it's very important to understand that there are different acharyas at different times in history who bring the knowledge forward and do it from a particular angle or perspective. Each of the great acharyas of the Veda have had a Vedantic angle from which they were describing the knowledge, which seemed appropriate to the Desha Kala Patra, the time, place, and circumstance in which they were teaching. So as one approaches the Vedas, they do need an acharya, a guru. And each of those gurus will be from one of four lineages, basically. There's a Shankara Sampradaya, which is called Advaita. There's a Ramanuja Sampradaya, which is called Vasistadvaita. There's Madhva Acharya, which is called Dvaita Dvaita. And then there's Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which is Achintya Beda Abeda Tattva. These are the primary acharyas, each of whom, you might say, described the Veda from an angle of perception. So it's important first to know that this is why there are many different angles of vision and ways of talking about the Veda. They are not in opposition with one another. They are simply in the footsteps of various acharyas who described it from a particular angle. And this is very important to understand because in the context of the world, the Abrahamic religions have been fighting against each other and making other people wrong. In the Veda, we don't do that. First of all, we're not against anybody. We're towards everyone. Secondly, each acharya is presenting the Vedic Vidya from an angle or perspective, and we're excited to see and learn from each of those perspectives. So when things seem different or the emphasis seems different, it's not opposition and it's not making the other person incorrect. It's actually following in the footsteps of great acharyas who spoke from a certain angle. But the other dilemma we have is the English language isn't designed to receive this knowledge, so therefore it's very difficult for us. Because we have to be careful using terminology in English as if it was the same as the Sanskrit. A good example would be Atma and soul. You see, soul is an English word used to describe a one lifetime worldview. The Abrahamic religions, with no disrespect meant again in any of these discussions, but speaking objectively, have only one lifetime. And therefore, the terms they use are in the context of just one lifetime. And this is all around us in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And then, of course, modern science does not have an explanation of who we are, but are mostly talking about what we are. But back to the acharyas of the Vedanta, it's very important to understand that each one of them was at a particular historical moment. And that when the British, especially, went to Bharat, they stole everything, still in their museums. And what they did then was also suppress and create chaos in the Vedic culture, in the Vedic Vidya. And we, with this knowledge moving forward to us in English, are the first generation to try to use English to sort out the true meaning of Sanskrit, rather than to distort it. And so this is a very important process that we're involved in. And each of us is a representative of a particular of the Vedic acharyas. David is a representative of the Advaita Shankaracharya lineage in a very beautiful and profound way. Personally, I am a representative of Madhva Acharya via Chaitanya, but after meeting Chaitanya's movement, I actually went back to Madhva Acharya, which is Dvaita Vedanta. The saying in Dvaita Vedanta is difference is real, difference is real, difference is real. Now, what does that mean in the context of oneness? Well, it means that things are simultaneously all connected by oneness, and their distinctions are not illusion. They're the true beauty of the supreme and ultimate reality. So oneness is a reality that isn't to make us opposed to beauty. And beauty is not something that's just to enlist us in bondage to matter. But beauty and the fact that we're all of the same nature are the Vedantic truths that are very important for everyone to understand. And therefore, we pursue the beauty back through certain texts. And this is what the Bhagavad Gita is. The Bhagavad Gita is the Vedic user's manual for true individuality. Because if everything is just one, then individuality gets erased, you would think. In fact, both are true, and that's called achintya. It appears inconceivable. Well, only at the everyday mundane level. But the fact is that we are, first of all, of the same nature as Brahman. So we are aham brahmasmi. That's who I am. But we are also individuals who can have a relationship with the person of the divine. Jivera, the Jiva Atma, Svarupaya, their true nature. Niter, servant of, eternally, Niter, Krishna Das. We are all Brahman. And so therefore, if you ask, who are you? I'll say, aham brahmasmi. But if you say, what do you do as Brahman? I'll say, Jivera Svarupaya, Niter Krishna Das. I'm in the service, or I try to be, of the ultimate and supreme person. Do not take the person away. Person is not a manifestation of matter, according to the Vedic Vidya. It is who we truly are. We are truly persons from the realm of Brahman. Now, because of the British causing chaos in Bharat, we're in a recovery stage right now. So each of the persons from Western civilization that are learning the Vedas are learning from a lineage. And that could look like something to argue over. That's why I'm making this point, because it's not. They are simply representing a sampradaya. And what we have in common is that we are all Atmas, immortal beings, who have no beginning and no end. We are from the realm of Brahman, and there are different kinds of yogic understanding. Advaita, being of the same nature and emphasizing that. Vasishtadvaita, qualified non-dualism, it's called, saying that yes, but the other reality isn't ignorance. Then Dvaita, Madhva said, differences are real, differences are real, differences are real. He held two fingers up and said that. Distinctions are not negated by unification. Both are true. And achintya beda abeda tattva is what Chaitanya brought into the discussion to re-emphasize it. And that is that our personhood is enhanced by yoga, not taken away. And this is where the Bhagavad Gita comes in. The Bhagavad Gita, you may remember, is spoken to Arjuna, who's our representative, on Kurukshetra, in the midst of the chaos of an interfamilial discord, conflict. But we're all from the same family. We're all Jiva Atmas. So if we fight with one another, especially physically causing harm, then we have forgotten who we all really are. And so it was necessary for this to be couched in the terms of the Bhagavad Gita. So back to you, Riddhi. That's just by way of introduction to the Bhagavad Gita comes alive.
And I think that's a beautiful thing to remember, is those distinctions between the four types. So in particular, I think you said with the Bhagavad Gita, the way that you've looked at it through your lineage comes back to the Madhava lineage. Is that correct?
That is correct. And
So,
it includes our personal relationship with the Supreme Brahman, as well as our identity with it.
so for you, how would you define oneness?
The same as in essence. But it doesn't negate individuality. Here, we're used to individuality being based upon considerations that are not true. If I say I'm this clothing, that's seriously wrong. I'm wearing this clothing. If I say I am this body, that's also wrong. I'm wearing this body. But if because I'm not the clothing and I'm not the body, you say I'm not an individual, that's also not a complete answer. Yes, I am. That's why I've showed up as one. So the Bhagavad Gita is the user's manual in Vedanta. Now in Vedanta, there are three texts that each acharya has to comment upon. The Vedanta Sutras of Riddhi Vyas, which were written at the same time the Bhagavad Gita was. The Bhagavad Gita, which is a book within the Mahabharata, given 7,000 or so years ago when Krishna was here as an avatar. And then there's the Bhagavad Purana, and the Bhagavad Purana leads us into the various aspects of rasa. And rasa is the flavor of loving, intimate relationships between Jiva Atmas and Paramatma, the supreme and ultimate being. So instead of making each other wrong, in the Vedic culture, we say, yes, that's true, and so is this, and so is this, and so is this. Why? Because great acharyas before us did the same thing. They conducted this conversation. If I were to just point to the Bhagavad Gita and you say, where can I look in the Gita to substantiate what you just said? I would say it's a well-known fact that chapter 10, verses 8, 9, 10, and 11 are the summary of the Bhagavad Gita. I won't say them in Sanskrit because you won't understand necessarily, but I'll say them in English. I am the source of everything, Krishna is talking. From me the entire creation flows. Knowing this, the wise adore me with all their hearts. Their thoughts dwell in me. Their lives are surrendered unto me, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss, enlightening one another and conversing about me. To those who are constantly devoted and adore me with purest love, I give the understanding by which they may come to me out of compassion for them. I, who am dwelling within their hearts, destroy the darkness born of ignorance with the shining lamp of knowledge. Back to you, Riddhi.
Beautiful, Jeffrey J. And I think that is something that you have always stood by, is the whole essence of Vedic Vidya. And as we see it now, we're actually coming out of the whole colonialism of yoga, and yoga is coming into a renaissance. Can you touch upon that?
Oh, certainly. As I've said at the start, we're used to a worldview that is trying to narrow your vision, even though it's saying something valid. So I'm always respectful to the Abrahamic religions because they're all carriers of some truths that are valuable. But the problem is that from that time in history, they were trying to make everyone else wrong to make themselves right because of the historical pressure that they were under. But the Vedic culture doesn't do that. The Vedic culture says, we are immortal beings visiting the temporary realm of Prakriti. As a result, we have many lifetimes in which to go to grade school, junior high, high school, and then university, and then go beyond the universe. And so this is taken in stages in the Vedic culture, and this is why it's so sophisticated, because we do it over many lifetimes. If you take many lifetimes away, all life is absurd. You have one shot at it. If you don't do it right, we'll send you to hell forever. Does that sound reasonable? No, not a bit. Instead, and this is the part that got taken away in the Abrahamic religions and modern science. Instead, we are Jiva Atma, immortal beings. And as such, we can have a personal relationship with Param Atma, the supreme person, otherwise known as Bhagavan, Sri Bhagavan. Why? Because if we don't explain the masculine and the feminine, we haven't explained it. And this is the other deficiency in the Abrahamic religions. There is no female divine. And it shows up in the cultures that have arisen from that. These are very important points in the Vedic Vidya, that Radha Krishna, Vishnu Lakshmi, Shiva Durga, Brahma Saraswati, Shakti Shaktiman. The whole truth is not explained unless you explain these. And this is why we have various persons running the universe, devas at every level. But isn't that the case with our planet? How would our planet be if there were no persons at the gas station, at the grocery store, at these other, although sadly that may be where we're going, just robots and no persons. But that's a mistake also. It is in our personhood that we are perfected. And this is the true meaning of the Bhagavad Gita, after all. What Bhagavan said to Arjun is, you know, Arjun, because you're my best friend, because you and I are dear friends, I'm going to reveal myself to you. So and we even have this term in English, user-friendly. I'd like you, the whole audience, to meditate upon the fact that the Vedas were designed to be user-friendly, showing this respect to every individual. Nobody is left out. Riddhi?
Wonderful. And I think that is a wonderful explanation which brings together not just the Bhava Swarupa within oneself, but also within family, friends, and the universe and Matra Bhumi as a whole. Is that looking at everything in that sense of being able to see the Jiva Atma within and also around.
So,
I'm so glad you said Matabumi,
yes.
because this to me is one of the exciting missing pieces. A student of mine, knowing my affinity for Matabumi, just sent something to me in the mail.
Wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's us right there. And this is also what is missing in our worldview that was present in the Vedic worldview. That we are, and you'll enjoy this, the word humus, soil, comes from bhumi, but so does human. So we're bhumi beings. But that's not who we are as atmas. As atmas, we don't get born. But here, this body is material given by our mother, Matabhumi. And if we truly understand this, we will treat each other and Matabhumi so that it has a future. And isn't this the issue of the hour? That right now, we need to learn to live on Matabhumi as a person, as a planet who cares about everyone's future. And then we need to use technology, science, whatever we have, so that there is a future. And this is a Vedic viewpoint. And this is what's missing. And in my opinion, the personified Matabhumi needs to be emphasized by the entire Vedic community, everyone agreeing. And then, in spite of our minor differences, when we come together, the one thing we have in common is sustainability on Matabhumi and treating all living entities in such a way that they have as joyful a life as they can, and treating them with respect and starting the conversation with namaste. I see you as an Atma, immortal, in a body from Matabhumi.
And I think that is so wonderfully put, Jeffrey G. I think one of the things that really stands out there for me is yoga, which is coming back to nature, coming back to our true essence, but also being one with the world around us, i.e., not causing the conflicts and not causing all of the internal battles to appear, but allowing ourselves to come from the Satchitananda within and then transmuting that into the external world.
If I said I don't like you because of the clothes you're wearing, you wouldn't think I'm very smart.
I would think that's your opinion.
In fact, I like the clothes you're wearing, but I used it as an example because this is what our body is. It's the clothes we're wearing. And it's time that we talk this, no matter what our lineage is, no matter whether we're from various acharyas. This is the common international medicine for Matabhumi and her children. And if we can say, Aham Brahmasmi, Jivara Svarupaya, Nitya Krishna Das, we are all here in service of a higher purpose if we choose to. Let's choose to together. Without sectarianism, without prejudice, without seeing each other as just the skin or the culture or the race or the language. And all this political mess we're in right now, give somebody who knows the Veda 1 hour and they'll clear it up.
And that's the beauty of having both of you here with us today. And do you also have a poem around this? I know you like your kavitas so much, and I was just wondering if you actually had something for us today.
Well, I did set one aside that I thought it's a little long, but not terribly. So let's give it a try. Remember that all the yogas have the same destination. So this is called Kriya Yoga Aha. Aha. In order to remember the secret of your existence, you must burn like an ember through the darkness and resistance. In order to excavate the treasure buried within, you must not meditate on the images made of skin. If you would like to learn the purpose for which we exist, that fire is where we yearn and fight without a fist. The journey begins with questions, alone in the dark at night. The answers improve your digestion. The lamp in your heart starts to light. The toys that used to amuse you sit unused on the shelf. Now excitement is finding a clue in the search for your permanent self. In order to see, you must focus one pointed your eyes on the goal, beyond the world's hocus pocus that has had you in its control. To regain your vision, distractions must not cause your purpose to waver, and thought must be turned into actions, so truth starts to rule your behavior. Then bowing before what is greater shows that the ego has cracked. This allows you to become a creator and quickly absorb what you lacked. Then a rush of deep feelings will flood the desert inside, whose blooming will soon be revealing the beauty within that you hide. That inner world so enchanting will quickly become your new home. As your tongue gets addicted to chanting, the opium of yogis is Om, a drug that will heal the distortions. The thorn will give way to the rose as your body regains its proportions and the life force returns to each pose. Your now steady mind will not waver when the winds of change shake the world. Your Atma will seek a new flavor, stretching below where she's curled, awakening now from her slumber. Your Kundalini will rise with flashes of lightning and thunder. Shedding all mortal disguise, she'll dance in the joy of arising, dropping the veil, 8 veils of matter. At last your true self realizing while climbing the cosmic ladder. This yoga will lead you toward union while unity holds the design. Your eagerness for a reunion will lead you to the divine. Past the shining realms of the devas, beyond Indra's net of the stars. Now dreaming of bhakti and seva, old habits and vrittis and scars burn up like a comet's tail in the blazing fire transcendental. Far up the Shushumna trail, way up but unable to fall. Samadhi, the now waiting lover. Nirvana, no matter is mine. Amrita, the drink you discovered, the nectar that saves you from wine. The portals now open to Brahman, bright home of the yogis, all yogis in sight. There the gardens of sweet Bhagavan are waiting to share their delights. Tapasya, Svadhyaya, Pranidham. O Ishvara, I long to return, to walk in the fields of Vrindavan, to dance with you when it's my turn. I hunger to taste from your hands the ambrosia of sweet loving grace, to rejoin your eternal band, and again see your loving face.
Beautiful. That's just Kriya Yoga summed up in a really nice nutshell there. And do you have any final questions or any final tips for our audience that you would like to share?
Yes, really just one. That is, there's 2 problems in understanding the Vedic Vidya. One may be the English words that we're using. I'm writing a book, several books about this right now, so that it's clear which English words are are misleading us and are not synonyms with the Sanskrit words. We'll gradually understand this, and our vak is Saraswati, our vocabulary will improve. And as this happens, we'll use more Sanskrit terms and explicitly describe them without distorting their meaning as we use the English to give their definition. And we will mutually respect one another's lineage and know that there are many sampradayas. We're not saying it's all the same. We're saying it's all beautiful and valuable and worthy of our respect. And in this respectful, global, intergalactic, and beyond consciousness, I'm certain we can rebuild our world. We can inspire others to join in, to be Achintya Veda Abheda Tattva, inconceivably, simultaneously, one and distinctive. Individuals who are from the same reality and source, and to find our way to live together in a way that benefits everyone. This is the Vedic view. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey G. And Sandy G, a global namaste to you. Please do introduce the retreat that's coming up as well.
Thank you so much, Riddhi. I just wanted to say thank you to Healing Our Earth. I really enjoyed this morning to have the opportunity to have two great acharyas on from the Vedic Friends Association, Vamadev and Kavindraji. Both of them took us to moksha today, in Jeffrey through his poem and David through his lecture. Really, really enjoyed both of them today. So I hope you have them both on again and perhaps some interaction between the two of them. I know they've been friends for a very long time. But I would also like to invite your audience to join us this July. We're hosting Summer Bhakti event, July 11th to 14th in Vancouver, beautiful Vancouver. It's the best time to be here. The information's at jeffreyarmstrong.com. So Riddhi, I know you've been to our retreats before, and I hope we see you again. And everybody else in the UK and around the world, thank you for having us on. It's been a pleasure, and it's wonderful that you bring the global satsang together. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dhanyavad, to both of you for all of the incredible seva that you do to be able to make this world a better place. It's much appreciated. And retreats like this are just the icing on the cake. They're really the thing that give people a rasa into what is possible. And it's that what is possible that is the inkling to go deeper into the Vedas. So thank you both.
And I will add to that that if acharya means one who teaches by their personal example, then a couple like Sandhya Devi and I have been together for 30 years, and this has been their purpose that whole time, are acting as acharyas to show that the masculine and feminine is the very basis of the culture, of the reality of the Vedas. And when we live that correctly with each other also, wonderful things happen. Thank you, Riddhi, for all you're doing.
Thank you so much. And isn't it just beautiful there to see the Shiva and Shakti forces coming together and just the interplay and the interconnection between them too. And that brings me on wonderfully to Payal, a global namaste to you. I know that you're no stranger to Shiva and Shakti and the pranava within as well, through the wonderful work that you do as a GP that you have been doing for the last decade and over, and also the interconnection there that you have with yoga and Ayurveda coming together simultaneously and filling the gaps in modern medicine, in particularly the thing that you do with Nadi Prakshana, which is basically to have a look and to analyze the nari itself to see which guna somebody is in and what those imbalances are and how they're manifesting for an individual. And it's wonderful there to see the work that you're doing with Shishi Tattva, Art of Living, and also the wonderful new project that is coming up to the surface as well, Project Pavitra. Please, can you tell us more?
Of course. Thank you, Riddhi, for that lovely introduction. Thank you to Healing Our Earth, to Neil Kumarji, and to all of you present to be here to listen to what we have to say today. I follow on from amazing speakers. What great company we have today. So what a privilege for me. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm a GP by background. That's what I've been doing for over 20 years now. And I've been interested in more holistic ways of healing ourselves for quite a number of those years. And it came around, I became a GP because I really wanted to make a deep impact on one's health. And I was always very interested in preventative medicine. And somewhere along the line, I noticed that I wasn't doing so much of that. And that led me down a road of something way deeper than I could have imagined, and led me down a road of self-discovery and of finding my inner universe. And from that, various forms of healing and medicine, which eventually led me to Ayurveda, which is really where I gained the skills for how to go deep within someone to help them heal themselves, which is very much in keeping with your philosophy. So I'm very glad to be part of this today.
And I think it's so interesting because even as the whole scientific body comes up, it's also linking to the different Hindu traditions that we have as well. So, for example, somebody that is on her period can't enter a temple because of the geometric structure of the temple, and it's like a person lying down. The entrance to the temple is where the feet are, and where the idols are is where the head is. So therefore, when we've actually got a deep vayu that's going on, which is a downward pulling force on the abdomen, it doesn't then make sense to elevate that prana up to the head, because that can actually cause several imbalances for that individual as well. So can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. The traditional way that we're taught to live life in the modern world and the Western world is that every day should be the same and every person should be the same. And, in Ayurveda, we really teach people that we're not all the same. We're all beautifully different. And we should honor that. And let's learn about what we are, what we are like, what we're here for, that we're all actually here for a different purpose, and we're all meant to be different. We're all meant to look different. We're all meant to behave differently. We're all meant to have different likes and dislikes because we have different skills. And I think, this world is very set up in a very masculine way in the Western world, a very Pingala way of looking at it. And I'm especially keen from a woman's point of view that we bring the feminine back into the woman. And we're actually so lucky, so privileged to have a menstrual cycle, to have these different times of the month when different skill sets heighten in us. And when we learn to live with this, know what this is in each of us, which is different depending on our original state and what imbalances we're in now, then we see that life works in our favor. What I love Ayurveda is it's just really in tune with nature, and it's really trying to get us back in tune with nature. And when we are in tune with nature, then nature has no choice. Nature wants to give us everything. Nature wants to work in our favor all the time, but it's us who can get out of tune with that balance of nature and that understanding of ourselves. So yes, a period is a very powerful detoxification time for every woman in the cycle. And we need to honor that process of detoxification. And like you said, Riddhi, it's a time when Vayu increases. Vayu is one of the doshas. Yes, in Ayurveda. And so really it's a time for us. And I always like to link the Ayurveda with what's happening in modern medicine, because that's, modern medicine is what I practice on a daily basis. And so, this is also the time of a female cycle when the Vayu is increasing, that progesterone increases. So what progesterone is doing in our body is very similar to what Vayu is doing in our body. And then when we learn what those things are, we learn how to balance them. So this is a time to go more inward. And as you said, you know, a woman at this time, in ancient times, it was said that the woman wasn't meant to go to the temple, the woman wasn't meant to do certain types of work, the woman was meant to keep away from people. But this is because this was a woman's time to go inward. This is the time for the woman to relax. This isn't the time for the woman to be in her outer world and doing and thinking and process. It's the time to go really inward. The body is going through a deep detoxification during that period of time. And similarly, we can go inwards and detox lots of thought processes, emotional processes, so that we come out of the other end when, you know, the beginning of the cycle. So day one of a woman's period is what we call day one of the cycle. Then slowly from that period onwards, estrogen is rising, and estrogen is linked more to the earth element, the kapha element. And then during this time of the cycle, the woman has more stability, more endurance, and then she comes out fighting. If she's dealt with that vayu very well, then she comes out fighting and she's ready to go and give to the world. So, you know, beautifully, a moon cycle is 28 days, and a female reproductive cycle is also 28 days. So we're very much in tune with the moon as women. We very much have this moon energy in us, and it's important when we live our day-to-day lives to encourage that feminine lunar energy and to make sure we're nurturing it properly.
Absolutely. And given that periods and menstrual cycles are actually a time of high vata environments too, it shows that the ojas are actually rising through our system and rising through the chakras. So it makes sense then to have a detoxification period for a couple of days, 3 to 5 days is usually what people say. And then to be able to, once we've detoxified, be able to rise through those chakras and coming back to a sense of being as if it would be, to be transformed, to be renewed. And that's the beauty of actually having those menstrual cycles.
Exactly.
So if that's what nature can do, then tell us more about some of those imbalances that women may well face and how can they help themselves. But before we do that, I've just realized that we've actually got Seemaji here, and she does some beautiful work with Art of Living and Project Pavitra. A global namaste to you, Seemaji. It's lovely to have you here on Healing Our Earth with us. Please do enlighten us. What is Project Pavitra and why is this so special that we're talking about menstrual cycles today?
Thank you so much, Riddhi. A very warm global namaste. And Payal Jai Gurudev from Bad Antagast in Germany. I know you were here a couple of months ago, and I am just soaking everything in it. It's so beautiful, as you told me earlier. It's a blessing to be here.
Yes.
Project Pavitra, Payal and I and Aditi Jain and Ranjana Pancholi and Shalini Berry recently hosted an event at Omnom in London, and it was a feminine well-being evening in honor of Project Pavitra. What is Project Pavitra? Project Pavitra is a menstrual health project by the Art of Living, and the project has been extremely successful and blessed in India. So through the International Association of Human Values, which is headquartered in Geneva and spearheaded by the World Ambassador of Peace, Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankarji, we at IHV UK are supporting Project Pavitra for Africa. Now, many of you will ask me, why Africa? Africa, because I'm born and raised in Kenya and I'm passionate about the continent. Of course, it resonates very strongly with me, and the conditions of the girls there is not so pretty. So what is Project Pavitra? Project Pavitra is a menstrual health project where we uplift the lives of young girls in rural India and in Africa. How do we work? Well, we have a facilitator training program where you can go through facilitator training to take these menstrual health awareness projects into the schools and in the rural areas in Africa. How does it work? It's a 3-day program. It's compulsory for all girls to attend. They're taught the correct diet they should be following while they're menstruating. They're taught the correct yoga asanas. They're taught mudras, yoga mudras on how to deal with the pain that they may be facing during their menstruation. And they're taught stress release exercises and breath work. Why are they taught stress release exercises and breath work during menstruation? A lot of these young girls in rural Africa, and I would say also, rural parts of India, grew up with a lot of taboo. A lot of them are led to believe that their period is dirty, it's bad, it's demonic, and they should be alienated from society during those 5 days. Now, the saddest thing about rural Africa and parts of India, of course, especially Africa, and I'm going to emphasize on Africa because I support with all my lovely sisters here, and of course Payal as well, who's our wonderful GP who's studied Ayurveda, and she's so well versed with everything, is that these girls grow up with a lot of taboo and they're very poor. Many of them can't even afford a sanitary napkin. They land up using sand, grass, or reusing a pad over and over again, and they land it. And many of them face a lot of vaginal infections. So we need to create a lot of awareness on menstrual hygiene and menstrual health for these young girls. So what we do is we train our facilitators who go out into the rural areas and run these programs for 3 days, teaching them about body awareness, menstrual health, menstrual education, hygiene, health, stress release programs. As I mentioned, I'm just trying to think if I've missed anything because we do so much, violence, as you know.
Yes.
And the program runs over 3 days. But the beauty about this program, and this is one of the main reasons why I jumped on board because it was so heart-touching, is the girls only receive pads. So we tie up with companies, and as I'm saying this out on Healing Aura, we tie up and we invite companies who have a CSR arm that is inspired by the work that we do to support these young girls with their sanitary napkins, etc. The reason why I took on this project is the girls only get the pads after they have followed the full 3-day program. So they do not miss 1 day of the program. So we really ensure that they're fully present there to imbibe everything that the program has to offer. Secondly, the program has an 11-month follow-up. This is the level of commitment that we have. An 11-month follow-up with the school, with the girls, to ensure that everything has sunk in. Isn't that beautiful, Paya?
It's so beautiful. It's
just so inspiring, and that's what made me jump on board and say yes. And I know you've always been there. You volunteer so much with the Art of Living and all our projects. So it's
as
just
you do, Seema.
so heart-touching. There's one more thing I wanted to say about this project is it makes a huge difference in these young girls' lives. If you come to think of it, a lot of these girls are faced with a lot of taboo, and many of them can't even afford a sanitary napkin. If you look at Nigeria, for example, in rural areas in Nigeria and many other parts of Africa, these young girls do not go to school. So even if you're looking at a 9-month school year or an 8-month school year, and they're missing 5 days of school every month, that's 40 days of school they miss in a year, just because they're faced with shame. They have all this taboo surrounding them, and they can't even have access to a pad. Something that is so easy for us to just go out into a supermarket and buy. We don't even blink an eye. oh, I've got my period, I need to go and get some tampons or pads. But what about those young girls out there? It's time for us in the world to open our eyes and really see, look beyond ourselves and look further into how much need there really is, in countries, Africa, India, I'm sure many other developing countries are faced with this issue. So my main point is I invite everybody to come on board. Let's move together and let's turn this vision into a huge movement, and let's change the lives of these young girls. That's all I have to say. Yeah. And Payal, thank you for being with us, on board with Project Pavitra. You're amazing. You are so amazing.
I love your passion. You're passionate about so many things, but when it comes to Project Pavitra, your passion shines through, and it's so wonderful to see. And I'm sure everyone can feel it here. And it's just such an amazing project to give, as people who have privilege, to give back to the world and to give back to the younger generation and to build women up. Let's all be on board with it.
Absolutely. And while I thought about this, I reflected, I thought very hard about, because you take on a huge responsibility when you commit to such a project. It's a huge responsibility.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, I said, what is it? And I said, you know what? I've got 2 daughters. And I don't even blink an eyelid when I have to go and buy a bag for them. Can you imagine what that mother in a rural area must be feeling when her daughter's missing school, faced with all this taboo? And, you're made to believe that, in some parts of Africa, you're made to believe that you're dirty for those 5 days. Some parts of India, till date, a woman is not allowed into the kitchen if she has a period. And some very, very orthodox communities in India, the women, no matter what age she is, a menstruating girl or a woman, she's put alone in one room. Her food is left outside the door and her water. She's given a different cup to drink in and a different plate to eat in because she's menstruating.
Yeah, I know. It breaks my heart to hear stories like that. And it's such a shame because, this part of this concept originated from Ayurveda, and the knowledge as to why it is that way has totally been lost. And actually, it's the woman's time to rest. Because, when the body is going through such a deep detoxification, we need to allow that process to happen. We need to allow the downward flow of that air energy so that she's effectively detoxing during that period. So being involved in other activities and doing other things is actually not the best thing for her during the first 3 to 5 days of her period. And that's actually where it originated from. And so it was never meant to be to downplay women or to separate women or anything like this. It was actually meant to give her that time of rest, that time to go inward, that time. And, as we know, women are often the gatekeepers of the household. They keep the family together. They're involved in everyone's lives in the family in such deep ways. And during her period, that time was actually meant to be her time to just put herself first. And once she does that effectively, she operates on a different level for the rest of the month.
So her self-care.
Yes.
5 days of her self-care. And correct me if I'm wrong, is it when you're menstruating and detoxing, like you very rightly said, your prana levels are also a bit lower, right?
They can be. It depends what you've been doing to look after yourself in the whole cycle. The aim of Ayurveda is to keep ourselves in balance. Right. So the more we've been keeping ourselves in balance, the less our prana is affected by day-to-day living. But this is the time to make sure that we're, prana is also another subtype of vayu, of this air energy. And so it's dealing with that vayu in the right way. So during the menses, the time that a woman is menstruating, the vital energy is in a downward flow, and it's important that we nurture that downward flow, like Riddhi had mentioned before. And a lot of the activities that we do are actually more of an upward flow, and that's why it's very important during this time to really nurture the detoxification, which is a downward movement of that air energy during that time of the cycle. And then, a woman's cycle, the period is just a few days of the woman's cycle. And there are other times of the cycle when we want to have more of an upward flow of energy, when different hormones are playing their role, and different skills in a woman come to the surface. The men's hormonal cycle is very, very different to a female hormonal cycle. The main sexual hormone in men is testosterone. Women also have testosterone, but they also have estrogen and progesterone. They have testosterone to a lesser extent. And so the curve of estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone manifest over a 28-day period. In men, testosterone is a burst of energy every 15 minutes. So day to day is the same for men. Every 15 minutes, they have a spurt of testosterone released every 15 minutes. And so their day-to-day life can be the same. It was intended to sort of be the same, but women are not like that. Women don't function like that. And we need to bring this knowledge back into the norms of society, into how we operate, how we expect women to operate, so that we can be at our optimum. And this knowledge needs to be known to women and also to men, because whether we're men or women, we all have women in our lives, in our personal lives, in our families, in our work lives. And the more we learn, more men learn about how women need to be, and the more they know how to nurture and support that, the more they're going to get out of it themselves as well. So this knowledge is not just for women at all. I think for me, this is very important, that women know this so that they can know how to live their best lives, and they can support other women around them. And men know this so that they can support their loved ones and their colleagues and the women in their lives, and also so that they can get the best out of the world. So this is just very important knowledge to bring back into society. And, Ayurveda is making a big comeback in the last few years, and long may this continue to rise, so that this beautiful ancient knowledge can come back into how we live our daily lives, and medicine can change in terms of how it views these ways of living. I was never taught these things at medical school, and what's so very interesting is, modern medicine follows trends, and there's a trendy thing,
and I think that's wonderful to actually see that the interplay between this as well. And Seema, I'd like to thank you for actually spending a few minutes and joining us from Bad Ag.
Thank you.
And even during your busy summer periods there as well at the ashram. And Payalji, I think this is a topic that we can talk on and on and on about.
Absolutely.
Beauty of it. And even at Omnom, the beautiful event that the team has put together to showcase these stories that these women are going through as they transition from girls into adolescence and into womanhood, and the beauty behind that as well. To not be stuck behind all of the taboos and all of the materialistic things that nature, well, not even nature, that human beings have actually imposed upon them to keep them playing small, because actually they are pure and they are divine beings, and they need to recognize that for themselves and to start to live life from that point. But anytime that society can't explain something, that's where we're getting the taboos. So it's all about re-education. It's all about reintroducing in the correct way and understanding really what's going on there on a deeper level. What's going on with the hormones? What's going on with the cycles? Why
why are things the way that they are, and how are they done the way that they are? Because when we bring together the whys in the hows, then everything starts to make sense. So I think it's a beautiful project, Pravitra. It's got so much ambition behind it, so much skill, and it's a beauty to be able to meet the team behind this as well, that's making all of the magic work and everything flowing so simultaneously, to see just how beautiful things are, from right from the diet to the lifestyle to the stress-free zones to the yoga and meditation, and how the breathing and Manai Pariksha work together in order to be able to maintain those health levels, to be able to give this as a gift to women and say, here, we know that you haven't had this in the past, but we really want you to have this knowledge, because this knowledge will unlock so much in your life and help to transform your life in a way that you haven't seen so far. And by equipping them with that education, that knowledge, that skills that enable them to start to think for themselves and take the power back into their hands and have that control, that really is the epitome of it.
Thank you, Riddhi.
Any
Beautifully
final
put.
words?
Thank you so much, Riddhi.
Thank you both so much. It's wonderful. It's been lovely being here with all of you. I'm going to bid you all a quick goodbye now from Vedanticus to Germany. Stay blessed, everyone. Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev. Thank you, Riddhi. Thank you, Healing Our Earth community. I've really enjoyed being a part of the event today, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon. And, you know, let's continue to grow this community. Let's continue to grow this knowledge, and let's spread the word.
Wonderful. And a global namaste to you as well, Payoji. Thank you for joining us today and to take time out of your busy GP schedule. I know you've got several appointments and so much going on, but I know that this is a project that's deep within your heart, and there's the message that we had to share with everyone. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
A global namaste to Alexandra as well. Beautiful host in Croatia. And I believe that she's now got some very talented guests that are going to be joining us to speak about meditation and mindfulness. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you so much, Riddhi. I also know that you have some further obligations. It was like last 2 hours. I learned so much. Thank you so much for your guests, scholars, and this practical, compassion. It's just like Healing Our Earth just brings together all these really compassionate communities where this kindness and intelligence and practicality, it all just goes together hand in hand. Thank you so much, Riddhi, and see you next Sunday.
See you next Sunday.
So welcome. There is, I see Maya and Carl. They were there to present their Live, Learn, Grow project. But before that, if you could just wait for a couple of seconds, because Rashid also needs to go somewhere, and we would like to introduce his new album. Hello, Rashid.
Thank you, Alexandra. Delight to be here. It's great to see Maya also again, and just catch a little bit of that interview before. And it's lovely just seeing the work that you're all doing around health and well-being, mind, body, and spirit. It's a delight to be here, and thank you so much. And thanks for showing a quick cover of the album, because I was thinking about, music is a key part of how we connect spiritually, personally, in so many ways. So thank you so much for inviting me here today, Alexandra. It's a joy to be here.
Rashid, this is a very nice, like a bridge, because for 2 hours we had really Hindu scholars who wrote many books about this vast topic. And then after you and Maya will have most Buddhist practitioners. And actually, your song, the one that was premiered yesterday, was David Jones. It's about David Bowie, and it's said that he was supposed to be a Buddhist monk. And then his teacher told him, you don't have to become a Buddhist. You just have to be what you are. And that's it.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's really interesting. Music is very powerful. It's very, very, very profound, isn't it? the spiritual music, the secular music, and there's every kind of music, and it's there at key parts in our lives. It helps us remember, it helps us heal, it helps us to dance, it helps us to come together, it helps us when we're going through difficult times personally in our relationships. It reminds us that we're a collective. It can be used for protest, it can be used for all sorts of growth. And so it's really, really profound. And lots of people know me, Alexandra, as a coach, speaker, and author. But before that, the music actually took me into coaching. Lots of people don't know. I was trying to make it as a singer, and then I retrained as a coach because I wanted to help many people who are creatives to take charge of their own lives and their own careers. But music has always been a constant there. And as you indicate, the new album, the Tribute Suite, is my way of saying thank you to all of the musicians, many of the musicians and artists who had inspired me throughout my life and my kind of career. So it was a moment for me to take a moment to pause and say thank you to all of these people, including from the Beatles to David Bowie, to Stevie Wonder, to Chaka Khan, to all sorts of Kate Bush, all sorts of different artists who had inspired me in different ways, and had been there for me, who I've never met, but have played an important part in my life, as from so many of us, where we go to music to connect and to feel or to heal.
Thank you so much, Rashid. So for everyone who listens to this, they can look for your music on Spotify and YouTube, but also on your social channels. You post daily mindfulness or meditation tips, like even on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. Although yes, you're a coach and speaker and partner of British Library, holding all kinds of, especially this month is anti-stress month now, so you hold also many events about that. But just to tell people, like every day, it's like almost first thing, I just check your mindfulness reminder for the day. Usually you go, I think, for a walk early morning, and then you just write something on the social media channels, and that kind of really keeps me going for years, Rashid. I don't know if you know the power of that, but just like one sentence that you give me for a day, for me, that's it.
Wow, that's so kind to hear. I think there's something about how is it that we, words are powerful, aren't they? Words are really, 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 they're really, really profound. For me, mindfulness has been a very important part of my journey and my own practice. So the silence, so there's both the music and the sound, but there's also the silence. It's really, really important to me. And so for every day to be able to just share something that can be very useful. And very often when we're thinking about our own kind of growth, we think about many of the things that we need to pay for, but there are so many of these things that are free, just stillness, being silent, yoga, meditation, these things, they're free. Music is actually ultimately in many ways kind of free. It's a challenging time for many artists, but singing and so on and healing the heart, it's there, it's available to everybody. So it's kind of nice to be able to share. So whether it's music or whether it's words of encouragement, for me, it's all the same song of the heart. It's all about compassion. It's all about connection. It's all about understanding. So it's kind of quite nice these times where, getting to talk about the music is another way in to be able to talk about ourselves, because sometimes we find the things that we go through in life so kind of difficult. We find it very difficult to find the language to do it. And sometimes music can just be a way in which we're able to express or to feel, or sometimes we hear something, we just find ourselves in tears or moved, or a wound healed, or it can say something that we ourselves can't express. And I've been there in the past, growing up, where music was a place of real solace and understanding for me. So yeah, it's nice to be at a moment to kind of connect back to the music and express back through music, which, yeah, it's a funny, different kind of world and language for me. Does that make sense? It's a very profound thing.
Thank you, Rashid. And you saw Maya. You see, are you proud of your students, because you carried us also through COVID with your compassion check-in Wednesday at the midday, and you see, you also created communities that like little satellites of love through your guidance. Maya and me, we became like really close friends, with Dani, with like Mia Morris. She was also here, guest. It's just like endless. It's
I
just
just want to say a thank you to you all, because, it's really important that when we've been on our own journeys, whatever they are, that we're able to share that encouragement with others and to be there for others on their own journey and to hold space for others. And, you know, Alexandra, I've just got to say thank you for you, because you've always had a magical, very natural way of doing that. You're in any space and you just hold a space with such kindness and compassion. It was great meeting Maya at those sessions again, would come along with such heart, warmth and compassion. And I think in times like the ones which we're in now, it's really important that we can kind of hold that space, and it comes around cyclically, doesn't it? Very often those times in the world where music is very, very profound and holds a space for us or reminds us to try more or to appreciate others or to go on a spiritual journey or an inner journey. So I'm just very, very proud that you're out there doing that work and sharing that love and holding space for people, and all those people who you'll never meet who happen to hear this and find something of value to it. That's the thing about music too, or programs like this. People who will never meet. I'll never forget an old flatmate of mine who's a creative, who's a photographer, said to me, you know, when you're doing lots of these things, there'll be so many people who you never meet who are touched by what it is that you do, and they will get something from what you do. So we might be here, we might know that there's however many people in this room, whatever, but there are hundreds of other people who will just be listening to this in their own way, who've taken something from it. So I want to say a big thank you for you for doing the work, and for everyone behind this program. That item before the richness of insight about that for all of us to understand about women's cycles, life is very, very powerful. All of the spiritual wisdom, the yogic wisdom, the life wisdom that you're sharing. Thank you so much for that. And for me, it's kind of a nice honor. I don't usually talk about music, so you giving me that space to kind of talk a little about music is really, really important. I'd encourage maybe everyone here today to maybe think about, and everyone who's listening, what's the music that's played a key part in your life, and what moments has it been healing or helpful for you? Sometimes we just see it as background, and we forget how powerful and profound it is. It might be the thing that was at the wedding, at the funeral. It was there the day that somebody first fell in love, or it's the thing that somebody turned to when they were struggling. It's a very, very powerful part of what we have and what we have to share and to connect. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rashid. So if you don't have time to stay with us, I understand, but maybe you can watch on YouTube later. You will be maybe surprised, maybe not, what Maya is up to. Something like
I'm looking forward to it. You know what?
Yes.
I'm going to try and hang on here in the background until half past, just to hear a little bit more of the conversation, and then I'll slide away. But it'll be lovely to hear more. So I'm going to stay here. I'd love to hear a little bit more. It'd be lovely.
Thank you so much, Rashid. See you soon.
See you soon.
Maya, Carl, this was
Hello.
really
Hiya.
no, Rashid, who actually, he was the connector for us to meet.
Yeah, he was. Thank you so much, Alexandra, for inviting us on today. When I saw the lineup, I thought, wow, like, you know, quite an impressive stage. And I'm just gonna walk on and say, with my beginner's mindset. But yeah, I guess Carl and I, together, we have formed Live, Learn, Grow, and it's a social enterprise. And we're just so happy to be able to share a little bit more about it here today. But we thought for a long time about what to call it. And initially Live and Learn, and then it sort of evolved into Live, Learn, Grow. And we quite liked the concept of like looking at life through that lens, and sort of recognizing that we're all at different stages in our life at any one point in time, but you know, you're never too old or never too young to live, to learn, and to grow. And it's almost like inevitable that we go through those three phases of life on repeat, whether we recognize we're learning and growing or not, like we are. And so yeah, that's how it was birthed. The idea was birthed, and really, we just want to introduce to different groups, individuals, organizations, communities, a different way, a different approach to perhaps or a new perspective to what they're used to in their everyday environments. So to just inject a little bit of that mischief and that magic and that playfulness that might not be part of the mundane day to day, or the autopilot. So to sort of bring in the pilot to the autopilot, or the counterbalance, whatever it might be. So if there's rigidity, more flexibility; if there's flexibility, more rigidity. And it's a bit of a play for us as much as it is for anyone who we interact with. So we're at the early stages. We're based in Hertfordshire, but I have said to many people we are happy to go anywhere and everywhere. So if anyone wants us to like go up to space or go to Barbados, we're there. Provided flights are paid for, we can be there. But yeah.
What did you do? How did you two meet? What are your backgrounds?
So I guess well, okay. I'm just thinking about how to start. So essentially, we met because a few years ago, I had a little girl, and I thought I needed to be out in nature. And so I came across forest school training as a form of being out in nature, learning about the nature, and actually taking it into schools. So even though it's called forest school, it doesn't really follow the national curriculum, but it's a way for children and adults to immerse themselves in nature and just feel the healing benefits. And as part of that training, Carl was actually running a particular sections of the training on the psychology side. So psychology is within school environments, or like within with children, and how to help them feel comfortable. And the training was actually in a Victorian walled garden in Hertfordshire. And so after the training, it came about that actually the garden wasn't being used much, and Carl was available and I was available. So we offered adult well-being sessions once a week, every week, to anyone and everyone. And since then, we got to the winter season, and we thought it might be nice to take all the skills that we've been using and applying and take it on the road. So rather than say the walled garden was called Within the Walls. So we was telling everyone, hi there, we're within the walls but on the road, like walled garden but we're on the road. We thought we'll just actually develop its own social enterprise. So Live, Learn, Grow came out of that. So we very much want to help people connect with nature and be that bridge. So with the forest school training that I did a few years ago, that's really helped me to steep myself in that natural environment and look at just what's around us, weeds and trees, in a very different light, and not just to see a tree as a tree, but actually there's a lot of diversity and uniqueness within amongst nature. And all the things that we take for granted, even in our back garden or on the walk to the train station. So yeah, that's where Live, Learn, Grow's come from. And we want to either go to people or bring people to different areas of nature around them, not necessarily to Hertfordshire, just things that they might walk past every day, but to help people revisit and appreciate the simplicity of what's in their day-to-day environment, and see it with a richness and a wealth that they never sort of tuned into before. So yeah, and from a sort of mindful presence perspective, I will hand over to Carl to talk a bit more on that.
Yeah, that's it absolutely in a nutshell, really. And I suppose for my journey really it was very much sort of very corporatized for many years, and then yeah, I sort of hit a point in life where it's sort of on a descent. So that was really the universe sort of giving me quite a firm message to say you're going to have to do something about it. So really, to sort of pay back kindness that was afforded to me, I sort of started to learn about psychology, got into counselling and mindfulness, and really, I suppose the biggest qualification I've got is I'm a dumbass, And that means, if I can do this, everybody can. There's no, it's a very low bar. And it's embracing that simplicity and, being able to sort of, laugh at yourself and laugh, with sort of things and really take that celebration in life. Look what nature has to speak to you. Look what the bumblebee's telling you. Look what the plants telling you. Look what the wind and the birds. And it's quite amazing that when you do sort of embrace the silence, how much you actually hear. And and sort of tie in, with music. I mean, God, that has been such an amazing fundamental part of my being. And again, I just found sort of new depths in that and a new sort of new levels of being. And really everything comes together like that landscape of sound. So yeah, and then sort of fast forward a bit, it was kind of where, yeah, I was sort of helping out the forest school training and sort of doing some mindful bits and then yeah, so I was very fortunate enough to meet sort of Maya, and again, I think it was just a start of a new chapter really. We sort of had that common interest in psychology, and again, it was nice to sort of to keep sort of being able to sort of bat stuff across and get people involved, and literally, and it's nice to appreciate the world, but it's nicer to do it with friends. And it's nice to extend that invite out to make new friends. And it's sort of, where there's people who are alone or people who are in, different parts of their journey in life, to sort of come together and share and grow and evolve, bridge the East and the West philosophies. I mean, there's space for everything. And so you've done it. Yeah. So yeah, I mean that's kind of a winter, and I mean even thinking of the name was a lot of fun. I mean we had everything from was it noodle noggins to to all sorts. And again, it's just
Yeah, we thought noodle noggins or noggin noodle might get confused with is it a restaurant? Are they in the food industry, or what's happening there? So
Beautiful work you're doing. It's really beautiful work, and it's really funny to, in a good way, to hear that, because I remember my very best friend sent his son to moved out of London, who had been a singer like me, and moved out of London. He decided when he was going to have his son that they were going to move out of London, and he was schooled at a forest school. And and so the power of that time in nature can be very, very, very profound. That simple connection, as you've both been saying there, isn't it? Tree's not just a tree. What's the tree? So what the bees telling us, all of that stuff, that it can be really incredible, because for many of us who live in very urban areas, often the only time, funny enough, that we go into nature is, the times where we're really upset or angry, think, oh no, I need to go for a walk and I need to clear my head. Isn't it funny that nature is, without us knowing, calling us? And then within 10 or 15 minutes of us being on that walk, we've forgotten whatever it is that we were angry about, upset about, and so on. And we're just enjoying that oneness. I think there's so much of the edge that can take off of how we connect with the human, with other human beings through nature, that we can learn about ourselves, be more nurturing for issues like how we feel about the planet that we live in. Sustainability is far more manageable if we see nature as just part of our nature that we are part of. So I love the work that you're doing, taking a little bit of nature into where people are, or taking people out into nature can be very, very powerful. So I just think it's really, really incredible work. And I know when I was going on my own, if you like, spiritual self-discovery journey, a lot of that time was spent outside, long discussions out in nature, or silence out in nature in the woods and so on. So I love this combination of that mindfulness and nature. Wonderful work. All the best with it.
thank you so much. And we also really want to sort of help people to tune into nature cycles. And Alexandra, thank you so much for, letting us be part of the lineup. And it was so interesting to hear the Ayurvedic take on things and the natural rhythms there, and the work that's been done on the particular project to educate children or the girls with their natural rhythms. And I think a lot of what we want to do is in the subtle.
Yeah.
So, when we do go into different workplaces, sort of helping people to kind of tune into what's happening in the natural cycles around them. So the seasonal cycles, spring, summer, autumn, winter, or, or even like bringing in the different philosophies, like going back to, so what would be the like Oesta, is that like on Beltane?
Oh
Like
yeah,
the
yeah,
more
the sort of pagan and yeah, well,
like even like the pagan and the Celtic rituals. So really sort of diving into different parts of history as part of the journey and help or history, you know, helping people to recognize that it's very much present part of life, and it really does mold and shape the day to day. Yeah, and I think when, especially when you're in an office and you might be looking at the four walls every day, we just want to sort of just help people to take a step outside, like whether it's 10 minutes, 5 minutes, a coffee break, or you know, the walk at the end of the day or the walk at the start of the day, and just really bring the richness to those micro breaks, really.
absolutely. And I mean, you know, sometimes you have to go in to go out. And you know, it's funny, really. You know, we have absolutely everything. You know, we have it in absolute abundance, and yet we spend all this time looking for it.
So true. I mean, so true. Sometimes it's just those, and it's really interesting that point that you make, because they don't make that sometimes when we're, particularly when we're struggling and when we find ourselves out of balance, and of course we know there are all sorts of life events that can do that with the day-to-day of the work, we often think that there's something very, very significant that we do, or to get that rebalance can be really complicated. Actually, often it's not. Often it is about sleep. It's about rest.
Yep.
It's about getting outside. It's going into the garden. It's going into the nature. It's about breathing. It's getting the fresh air in. It's about opening the windows up. It's about just connecting. It's about that slowing down. It's about just feeling that oneness, that we're not alone when we're out in that park and everything's going on, that we're part of this whole ecosystem. Because as human beings, we've done this wonderful job of just closing the doors, closing the walls, and closing things. And little steps like that can be the thing that makes all of the difference. Wonderful.
Really, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. And also, as part of the concepts of playfulness, we're also playing around with things like mudras. So we had, through social prescribing, we've had a few people come and have sessions with us, and one of the clients really wanted to connect with the sea, and actually, you know, be by the beach in a different country. And we played around with mudras linked to the shell, the conch shell, so the Shank mudra. And it was just a really lovely visualization combined with the sound of the wind through the, I think it was a silver birch tree, but just that sound almost like shells, or just the breeze, or even like the sound on the sea, the wind on the sea. And she really felt transported to a beach. So again, I think there's so much power available to us through our senses, through using our senses and our body.
You mentioned that, Maya, like, you know, those scholars at the beginning, you know, they were talking about that and writing about that and teaching about that, you know, transforming the holistic mind. But you are doing that in a very practical way. You're helping those people who come to GPs and then through social prescribers to you, to really guide them back to themselves and connect with nature and wider environment surrounding around them. So that's really amazing. Thank you so much for doing that. And I know it's not the last time for you to be here. And I hope,
Yeah, Alexandra, thank you so much. Like, I am very glad to meet Rashid as well as Maya and Carl. Big global namaste to all of you. And the facts that you have been talking about are so fascinating, and they're so practical in today's life. We don't realize all these things when you have been talking about how important this nature is, how important these plants and the surrounding of the environment, the outer environment that we talk about, is in connection to our inner environment and how it harnesses us. And therefore, you are doing a marvelous job. Live, learn, and grow. You can see how you do these things to empower people and to let them know how powerful we are as a human being, as a part of that nature being gifted as. And It just makes me realize when after my day's work, I always sit near my garden and watch the sunset. Or people, I belong to Himalayas and the hill station, and sometimes people ask me, don't you get bored with the things? And I said, I never get bored because the nature is around me. And every day when you see the mighty Himalayas, it's very different. And the whole scenery changes and it gives so much of different effect. In fact, coming from the field of alternative medicine as well as Ayurveda, uh, I have a lot of other researchers and scientists who have been working on forest therapy. There is a lot of research work which is done, and I myself have been giving a lot of presentations on Vriksha Ayurveda, which is an integral part of Ayurveda, as well as the ancient knowledge system that talks about how important this nature is. And we don't realize, but those small things gives us subtle happiness, and that's very right. I would like to get connected with all three of you, definitely. Alexandra, thank you so much for putting them together, and we definitely need them for all other episodes in relation to Ayurveda, healthy life, or it's been mental health, or it's environment. It fits all. So wonderful job and wonderful connecting. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amrita. Thank you, Maya, Carl, Rashid. Thank you so much for joining. And you're welcome to stay now because we talked about Himalaya. And here we are with Himalaya Lama Yönten and Tenzin, who was born in Sikkim, and Lama Yönten from the Tibet. So this is now a continuation of our session on how to live life like not distracted, not absent-minded, not like what Maya said, not like on autopilot, but like really true values. And I must say, I know Lama Yönten and Tenzin like more than 20 years maybe. And we have been together in France in the Buddhist temple in Larabling, Tibetan Buddhist temple that was inaugurated by Dalai Lama, and he used to come and teach. And so Tenzin is my friend, and she's now in. Hello, Tenzin.
Hello, Tenzin, Tashidele. I come from the land of the Dalai Lama from McLeodganj, and we have the temple of Dalai Lama. I keep watching his talks, meet him sometime personally as well. And it's such a pleasure to see you both, as well as Lama Yönten. Namaste to you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Tenzila, can you just put a landscape on your phone so it's a little bit feeling?
Landscape means?
Yeah, like other way around. So it's not portrait.
Like this?
Yes, perfect.
Yes, perfect.
It's better like this?
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I cannot see you all. Wait.
Yeah, and Lama Yönten is also here. Tashidele Lama Yönten.
Oh yes, now I see.
Tashidele.
Can
unmute yourself, please.
Lama Yönten, unmute you.
Oh,
that is. Loud.
Tashidele. Tashidele Lama Yönten. Oh, Mary is also joining us from America. We all met in France.
Oh.
Mary and Dawn also there. You remember Tenzin?
Yeah. Hello.
She wanted to do a Tara mantra just before we start, if it's okay for all of you.
Yes, why not? It's a very powerful mantra. Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yes, Mary.
Hello, Madi.
Hello.
Tenzin and Lama Yönten are here.
Hello, Lama Yönten. Namaste. Very good to see everyone.
Nice to see you, Mary. I know that you also have some other obligations, and thanks so much for taking time. If you would share the Tara mantra with us that you just made a new chant and with your drumming, and that would be so wonderful.
I think I have to turn the original sound
Thank
on.
you so much.
1 second.
It's a good introduction. Oh, Dawn is there.
Okay.
Hey, Dawn.
Hi, everyone. So good to see you all. So I hope that, I might have to stand up. So I'll chant this. The Tara mantra is a very powerful mantra. And I have a daily practice that I do with the Tara, green Tara. And one day I was it just came up a new melody, and I had my frame drum, and I chanted this melody to the Tara mantra. Om Tare Tu Soha is the mantra. I've set the intention already that all beings have happiness and the cause of happiness. May they be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the great happiness devoid of suffering. And may they dwell in the great equanimity that is free from attachment and aversion. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha Om 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 Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha Om 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 Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha Om Tare Tu Tare Tu re. Tare to re so ha. Tare to re. Tare to re so ha. Tare to re. Tare to re so ha.
Thank you. Dankeschön.
Thank you.
That was amazing, Mary.
Thank you.
If there's anything else you want to share with us, you can do that.
It's just so great to be here. Such a blessing to be here on this wonderful day, and so good to see you, Lama Yonten. Thank you so much, and Tenzin, thank you, and Alexander, thank you for having me. And I wish everyone a wonderful and beautiful day. May you enjoy this day, and may you have abundance and compassion for all beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Stay with us if you can, but now we will just introduce Lama Yonten and Tenzin. So Tenzin will translate from Tibetan into English. Lama Yonten, would you like to say something about yourself? And I really would like to welcome you to our platform. Finally, we have made the connection. We made the application Zoom work somehow with help of other people. And so now you're at the moment in France, in south of France. And Tenzin was there also. She moved with her family away. But would you like to just say something about yourself before we ask you questions, or maybe do guided meditation, or we'll see what comes.
Lama idela da dela ni pene tuji chesa ni kwanza lama idela ki kola lama idela kola tisonro chesa mudo.
Hola so. Tene da dana terto nola yozo la tahi dele hikyo.
First of all, he would like to say Tashi Dilek to each and everyone who is joining on the Zoom.
Tene da zo de nola nangba yore nangba maimba yore ihi do da muzele da rame na zo mobo yore.
And this online, we are meeting with the different people, and also like all the religious, we are together here.
Tene da ngarang kija tumati benere.
Yeah, I come from Tibet. I was born in Tibet.
Tene bel da lama gemba nomba tamche ka suya shebaina nangba tuma tomba khatya thaba ka nobi ki chita tasa de jaganere.
In Tibet, Lama Yonten used to heard that the Buddhism is come from India, you know. We used to say that, yeah.
Ta jagane ma tanne tene pe kongshi julate tacha hachum chebore.
And then the Buddhism came from India to Tibet, and now it's like, yeah, Tibetan people, we are practicing Buddhism.
Tene pe la ta nima sasha kaji gelu pombo sene yo nolo la mobatare.
Inside the Tibet, we have 5 different Buddhism, like Nyingma, Kaikyu, 5 different school, you know. Yeah, we all believe in Buddha, you know. Buddha is come from India. My family come from Tibet in a very small village. Before, I used to have only one house, you know, small house to live all together. That we call as a main house, you know.
Kali kali tini Naomi the family the yonzo mobotare.
And then we have a brother, then they have a married, then they, like big family become very big. Yeah.
Tini ta nga pope ye nga yo dino ne tini nga tamade jere.
And I have a four brother, elder brother. I'm the youngest one. I'm the fifth one.
Tini nga jene zunti nga soma nangbare tsare.
And then since I was born, my parents and my brothers, they were already practicing Dharma, Buddhism.
The Buddhist tuma yamba de tone beba yonzo ta nangba tone re ten yar.
But when we were born, we are like Buddhists, Yeah.
Tini jaga ne ma mahle ne chero nobare se gogo mara nga so pama yoma ne tini nobare chandu.
When I was born, the generation to generation, they were already Buddhist, So I don't have to introduce I'm the Buddhist, It was already in the gene,
Tini ta ngarang tini ta nongba lojong she gogo re.
And then I start studying Buddhism.
Tini lo tro den ne ta pachire tini nga kaka kanga tini genre.
And then I was 6 years old. I start learning Tibetan alphabet.
Tika ni jongjo de kaka kanga de nga so lojong re. Nga so lojong sem rong la phe thuya che lojong re.
Yeah, over that time we were learning Kaka Kanga alphabet because for ourselves,
Lo tro gorilla tini lojong chong she go.
Yeah, then we studied when I was 6. We were learning every day the alphabet,
Ta lo la zonya de lo tro tini yitho de de lo sam jong.
And then when I was 3 years, we were also how to write Tibetan alphabet. We were learning that when we were age of 3.
Tini lola ta lola zgoya de lo pache tro sam go.
And it took until 6 years old, I was memorize the alphabet, Tibetan alphabet by heart.
Tini ta kali tini lo jo chansong she chai ji la ta ti ngarong go rong la phen thuya de lo jo she go re.
And that's why I study, because it's for good for me to learn Tibetan alphabet and
Da jen la phen thuya ji jong go re.
Then I realized that I have to do something to benefit other beings, not only benefit for myself. Alphabet is benefiting only for myself.
Tini ta lig jong da se ne zupo lig jong da se ne tini romo da nga da ta tende jong go re.
And then physical, to learn, we have to learn also the Tibetan, when we do Buddhism, when we do the practice, we use the drum and, the bell and all these things. Yeah.
Tini ta ti lig jong se go re, lig jong da.
And that's called physical, movement we have to learn,
Tini chom go re, lama dance.
And then we have to learn also Lama dance. When you become a monk, you have to learn also how to dance the Lama dance,
Ti chon soma tobo soso go rong la phen thuya che ta jong go re to jen da ta ninja re.
Yeah, that we learn when we were small, to also for good for us and also to good for others, to do this physical. Yeah.
Ache chasam che yigari le tini tende jong go re.
And then still 13 years old, he was learning all these things,
Tini ta gomba che no ta da la rung ngari no te lo li ka ta da no ba ga chi chu che bo ti rong kem bon jin ben phen chu ti rong ro go.
And then after that, he went to the monastery of Kempo Jigpen Pinzo. You all might know it. He's very well known in Tibet. It's a big monastery, so he went there.
Tini gang ja ta tini ta so ga ta da lig jang da tini ta yong se zok pa tini jong go re yong ja.
And when you go there, you have to learn. Then you start learning how to meditate, how to, everything you have to learn there. And without the help of your master or your teacher, you cannot do alone. You cannot learn alone. So you need help from your masters.
Then
it took 6-7 years. He was learning all these things. And we say in Buddhism, even we die, it will never finish the learning. Learning is never ending, you know. There's so many things to learn. There's never ending. Until we die, we cannot learn everything, you know. And Buddha said that there is 130 volume of text to learn. Yeah, even that we cannot learn. We cannot learn in our lifetime, you know.
Dipa kyang ma ja hi gewam pa song so ba shi rang ge sen ne yang sen deng sang ge tem ba yi se ne da kong ge chi ye zhen do di bo de ja do ji do jo de na ni yong zu nyang de de ne de ni chi hyo lo ge yi su.
And then from the 113 the text volume, he took like a 4 paragraph for us to study that, you know. Even that to study is so difficult, you know. Yeah.
Ta te lo yong mo bo she go go di pa
that
ke
we
ma
have
ja
to-
ke na kari she go res.
Yeah, to not to cultivate any negative things, how we have to do that. To do that also, it's so much to learn.
Gewam pa song so ba she se ne gewa kari she go res ta te won lo yong she go.
Yeah, to benefit others, what we have to learn also. How to benefit others, that also to learn a lot.
Ne wrong sen ne yang sen de se di so so ge sen kan de ndo gondo. He dong nga ja tho do kan de ndo gondo te lo yong she go.
How to train our mind to not to have negativity, not to speak bad about others. All these things also, how we have to control. That also takes so much energy and so much to learn. And that's my teaching, you know. Buddha said, if you do these 3 lines, this is my teaching. So to do these 3 lines is already very difficult, you know.
Thailand, Burma, Singapore, Malaysia, jaga yongzo la nangpa mopa tare, zo te jaga ni tagu jure, nga zo peba go ngone so so pama no yitzigo re, Buddha.
Yeah, all over in Singapore, Thailand, in India, we all have a faith on Buddha, you know. We all believe in Buddha, but especially the Buddhism, they feel very close to Buddha as their own parents, you know. Yeah, Tibetan, we believe the Buddha is like our parents, you know. Feel very close to Buddha.
Da kong kari sugu re sene da jela sinchin le pento gona kari she gures.
And Buddha said that to help other, what we have to do.
Da di legion de da cha she na da seng jang da seng.
First, we have to train our mind, you know.
Tini da seng jang da ra.
No.
Da seng jang da to la tini shangchu ge se ren bo che kan de ji gondo. Jela tini pemba kan de she gondo da de lo jong she go.
So we have to learn the bodhicitta, you know, bodhicitta mind. How to have a bodhicitta mind for the other people and cultivating the inner calm.
Pena Buddha korang tsende she legend suyo re.
Buddha taught about the karma, you know.
Tsende she legend pachi nzomboli no da noba mato yote mare kung keleng yosa mare kung.
I think I'm not sure, you know, like how many people are have believing in the karma, you know. So I'm not sure about all these things, you know, but we believe in karma.
Ngag ni chede ma jembach chil istena kog jima nga mau pal nga chil stegre sombi yonga so bebe ge solo no le no bi ge solo no le kol pe to na chile pe tu gre kol no jana chile no ja gre ji ti ja she ja nga so bebe no lo yore.
And Tibetan, we believe that if, like, for example, the water, if I drink water, if I give to the other person who is thirsty, it's also you feel like you are like giving and taking, you know. So you're helping that person also, and also at the same time, it's helping you also, you know.
Tada jemba ge saja jemba ge pachi nge pala stena Soliste usom bisomba te yola mela jacha ja adang se himdo.
But I'm not sure about everybody does this, you know, like I don't know about everybody who does that, you know. Yeah, so I'm not sure.
nga tso ti inji minji gondo nga tso pala tini sinchin la pens to na tsil to ungre so na ti nga tso ngi jamba za tong tu gondo ma to inji minji kol gana re magana re pens to na yo ti di samo zu utu gondo.
Lama Indian is saying it's so important to have a compassion for the all sentient beings, like to help others, it's so important.
Ma ye nga tso zombo likno so so la di hare di god re yore ti kari suwa da ta di pachi chi pan ro di re.
Yeah, of course we all have a different belief, different belief in different certain thing, but it's a compassion is a key.
Nga tso di zombo li yonzo la da hare do yo re.
Yeah, in every like everywhere in everyone we have each different belief and different God, but at the end of the day it's all like compassion.
Tene pena ta nga mtserchi la ti nomba glo jong shere nga mtserchi la ta lo ngap je no ro go do ti ka la ti nomba lo jong shere nga ka nga thi su samba ze do nomba te gen zhe ge men du se nga ji ta da pa de ja ma su te ge nga rong ge ti sam mo ze ta ti ta da pa de ta nga nomba ta da ide de
Lama Yindala Kunglo Khazin Tawachira.
de
Lama Yindala become a monk when he was 7 years old. Right now he's 58 years old. And then he's saying that since then he became a monk and he became a Buddhist. He never have any single doubt on Buddhism, and also like he never had thinking like, oh, this I follow this path, it will become bad and this, So he never had this kind of mind,
ta nga rong ge ti hie ba re go ma to ma jembe ge hie ne ding ye pha hie jo ma re go.
But this is what I'm talking right now is my own experience I'm sharing with you all. I'm not talking from what I heard and what I heard from the other master, taught. I'm sharing my own experience.
Nga rong le ba no ka re yo ba nga rong sel la nyon so ka re yo me nge ti hie go ma to jembe ge ti ni de do yi ge mo bo lo ne nge chen no bal za ni hie go ma re.
I'm sharing everything what I have in my mind and my heart, I'm not reading a book and I'm telling you from the book, Yeah.
Ma u pa le nga rong ge song ge yo nge ta nyo le she go na ji sin chen la phe ja che bo zu tu ya de le jin de so no tam de ne ji sin chen la phe o po zu to na nga rong ji bo de ji na re ma ji ne re de so no to ya ke che bo re teng yo.
Lama Yindam himself, he thinks that it's so important to help and have compassion for all sentient beings and all the beings, So, Lama Yindam Kharsung and Lasti, Tamadila.
Thama de ta nga rong ge son na ti jin le sin chi la phe tu ya ja che bo zu yo na ta ti nga rong ge ti zo de re teng yo.
For me, if I benefit some being, if I help somebody, this is a main key for my life,
Pena nga rong zo le sen che ma to yo ma re sen de pe la che bo re.
Because we have only one heart, one mind. So it's very precious, the mind.
Ta ta sen gen ji du chi ja na de ni cha cha re chu non ti che bo hyo gen.
Because the mind is the key of everything. If you have just little bit also, it can happen a big thing, big problem. So it's so important. Yeah.
Zombo li ge ta mong che wa ta pe bo no be ge solo tong xiu yo zu ge ta nga zu mo mo le ga nga ka ji che gen.
Yeah, it's the mind is so important. Look at in the world, the presidents, some presidents, they are very compassionate and very some, like because of the small thing, twisted mind, it can make how much trouble for the ordinary people like us.
Nga zu mo mo ge tu pa ja ge yo ma re zhen li zha xie go ma re so so rong ka rong so se ne de de re ta ti no lo ma ti ne to lo xie na nga zu ga nga che gen ti ngo ne sen ba de pe sen zi wa de pe la che bo re ti no pe bo chang ha gu go ye ke che bo re.
I've been saying that the mind is so important, like our mind, because like the we are just like living a normal life, eating, sleeping, and all. But even that, the some like president and all, they have a little bit of bad mind, and then how much trouble they make in the world. So this is all, our mind is not tamed. That's why it's happening like this.
Noba shia gosa dalo noba shia gumare. Ngatso momo chuma. Sayan tuya ronka ronso shenki tam meba shia.
Yeah, there's so many trouble in the world, these days, because of all this, the mind. It's all mind,
Maupa yendere ngarong go somse ta tisong talore sambi yebi lo samche. Kachem gogo no mehi. Sayan tuya. Pa maupa sonno tonya ke chebore. Pecha suya yonere. Sosol kanga mantra se. Ta zombli go monto dal tana. Ngatso ngoni jenla pento goya ke chebore.
Yeah, if you think about now, it's so important to help others, other being, and to have a compassion for all sentient beings,
Pena gong chi jana gong da sang thoni gong jagore.
Yeah, when we do a meditation,
Tene meditation chi xie yana thuma da nangba ge xie tong da yin nga chu mo xie chi pare. Thuma gong ma ja ge ngela xiong ke nga mo da yin ya lam sa jian chong ma zong ma xie. Tene go ge ku yong zo ja.
yeah, and like for example, when we start the meditation, when we do a meditation in the morning, make sure the place around you are clean.
Tene
Atmosphere
computer
is so important.
computer da tene phone da tanda yona kha ja. Tene ta zong no le meta yona ta zong chong ma di pa me ba xie. So so la ngong zhao dong jin no me xie go re ngel.
Before begin the meditation, you have to switch off all your mobile, computer, and the fire in the like in the kitchen, so not to have distracted during your meditation. So you have to make sure everything is turned off.
Kasi pu chu chu yona de le kala te go na ngel le te chan song xie zang ma xie da gong zi ja na ti chen do song so ma to yong gong ja hyo le. Tene chu pa ja hyo. Tene me tang xi tene una ung ma re.
Because if you have a child or baby, you have to feed this baby before you start your meditation. Before you do meditation, not during you do the meditation and you're thinking about your baby and all this work, household, then it's a distraction.
Da gong zi ya de che nombe mo che gom ja ya ko tere to bo zu po xian bo xie da chi ge to ne xian na mo bo xie re de te me wa xian ne nga chu ko de ya de xian.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah is saying that I will explain you a little bit about meditation, but very simple method, because I'm not going so deep into the Buddhism, way of meditating, but he will guide us very simple and very normal, like you can do every day in life.
Tene nga chu chu ma to de bo ya po zhen du.
First, you have to put your body on very straight like this.
Tene jallo le di jallo te zen to a xie.
And you have to put the back a little bit up. Yeah.
Kasi jallo thombo me na ma re su na tene ma jan nagar.
Yeah, but make sure that you have a cushion in behind, because if you are not, you have a back pain or something, because so that you don't have a pain.
Zupo trona lu tram za tang tro yong zu xian bong.
And then if you have a straight body, then all the blood circulation and everything is helpful.
Tene yong su zo pa da me de na zhe ta se ne xiao de tin ji min ji ta gu ma re te ka tu ne ma da wo.
Normally, it says that when you do the meditation, look your eyes into the nose, on the nose, top of the nose, but you don't have to look on the nose. It's okay. Also, he said.
Tene ta zupo yong su zo pa ki ngu jong da ja mo go wa tene nga gang ja ge o se ne yong mi sa tu lon da ma da kin ne yong zbo xie go ma.
But when you do a meditation, you don't have to put nice clothes. And I'm doing a meditation, you don't have to show off. So you can just do natural.
Tene rong ji xio ne ma ndo na tene rong go wo de pa jie dang.
And then breathe out.
Cel zhe li.
And breathe in.
Tene pa jie dang de de la jie zi go.
When you breathe out, you have to count 1.
Nyon de to bo cel li. Tene pa le na de la jie.
First, you have to breathe in and then out. Then it's count 1.
Oh, ta tende xie ne pa chi de zhu tende mo ma mo ne ya.
You can do from the beginning. You can start with the 6 times, 7 times. You don't have to do like 100 like that.
다 nga tso ti tsu goya de kang re se na nga tso zupo ga nang la sen de tsa ne nga tso dak pu jag yo ma.
Because why we are doing that? Because our mind. We never take care of our mind. Our mind is everywhere. That's why we are trying to focus our mind.
Ko kanjo man jo tang go.
Because our mind is going everywhere.
He dong chua do nga ja yong se zok pa de ti un go.
Because as a human being, we have a lot of jealousy, like hatred, all these things we have,
Tok pa do no to mo bo un ge.
and we have a lot of doubts, Yeah.
Ta ti chur tong ya ge che de ta da ji de ni wo tsele le pa to ni zi di ta nga tso se de dong ka to lo di ka le de ni he dong chua do nga ja ze de ti zi nyur ro ge.
Why we are counting this breathe in and out to reduce our anger, our hatred and all.
Ta di trongka tsu goya ge jinsi thi go re trongka khara do tenda me amare trongka tala se te di he dong chua do la.
Yeah, when you count, this number one, like when you breathe in and out, this number, then your anger and this like jealousy, hatred become less and less. Then you concentrate on that counting.
No, ta tende she ne tini tobo de.
Yeah, then we do 7 times.
Yon chalale.
And then
Yon
you
pa ton. Ki se
out.
tendo de.
You can do like 7 times in the beginning,
Yon jemolo meso.
Then you take little break, relax,
Yon ja she.
Then you can do again.
Ta de ma she na chitso dice mobile trongka chi ge to ne ngap ja tu ja ja je che tse ya na ni hyo tini ya pu ngung ma.
Because if you do in the beginning, if you do starting from 500, 100 like this, then your mind is more distracted, Then you get more distracted of this counting, and then you might be tired, you're not concentrate. So it's best to do like 7, but like in the beginning.
Tikal tini te je tende kaundi ya po ndo thona tini zupo ka nal di ni hoya kongre.
Yeah, then you start hearing also your heartbeat, when you do meditation.
Chotsa gere ka gyugo yo me do tini tsa do tende ida sa sir tenda te je kongre ti so zupo ka ta nyong da ma kali lobo choy.
Yeah, when you go deeper and deeper into meditation, then you can feel also how relaxed you get, your nerve system or your blood circulation, everything become very like calm.
Tini pena chalo juku chebo zi kenne rega gawang ro ndingo le leti o danga letsa somba o tenda o zi ungre.
Yeah, you have a feeling like this. For example, you climb on the mountain with the heavy stuff with your backpack, and when you reach in the hilltop, when you get like this, you feel like that.
Ta tenda o mobo shena tini jima ta gawang la rembe yinda pena kenza tangbo ni tini tata totso tuba demba yona totso tangbo ndo nyamba ndo somba ndo hiba ndo ne tini rinji royal komba tangbo nyamba yore mato yon ti gong sewa ti karo taz tolu yondu ya mere yon kali tini ta ti jaga ga gong gano le te ta diya rembe yenda ta kasa kal gong soma de manda yo tsong ta soma chipar.
There's many different type of meditation also. When you start, then there's a first level, second level, third level. You can go up and up, even in India.
Ta tende sene tini hyungne ta tel mo chiwa de nga tsong di nangba ke sena hyungne sikr.
Shine lan shamatara.
Hyamata are hyungne de ala senda ko kogyo na.
You know what you call shine in Tibetan, and Alexander might know, no?
Hyungne.
Non-analytical meditation, maybe just like
Yeah.
Hyungne de ta pa ne ke tol pa nyan ro ya to re.
Yeah.
O ta tenda o zu to ne tini ungure ta te ta de jan na tini ngore. Tini ti la ta shangchu ke se ke gore ta gine.
Then you start with that like 7 times, and then after that you have to have bodhicitta mind, you know.
다 상초그 세가리 께고도 오세나 좀벌리 용조도 투마 마솜바 소소 파마 빈자 종보 종모 탐체들라 데니서 노토네 데초 간덴도 데와 간데 통도 둥아 간덴도 썸나다.
And then you have to also think about, when you do the bodhicitta mind, you have to think about the people around you, your parents, your family, your, you know, brother, sister, your friends, how they are, what they, you know, like, to have compassion start from your like around people, you know.
kasi 소소를 다 나오미 돈제와 마종 바강한 책이오나 대강아 간데 세곤도 다 강아 세나 델라더니 간데 히야곤도 또선 소마 대와 우비체 소노 또고라마 또 나요딘 투파스 자난 투파드 간데 자데 소노 또에 대파요.
Everything, whatever you think, you have to think good thing about people, you know, to have peace for other people. So even to you, if you have a conflict with your family or you have a problem with your family, to think how I can communicate with my family to have this peace and to have, you know, good relationship. Not to think about, oh, I want to fight with this family and this and that, you know. Yeah.
뭐 든데시네 드니 칼리 파 체르 단네 드니
Yeah. Your compassion will grow bigger and bigger. Then to have a bodhicitta mind, you know.
드니 노미 때 쇼초 센티야 노미 그 노미 보도 보미 그 때레 쇼초 센티네 드니 종릴 히데 우야 쳇 소노 동거라마도 다 지금 추파자근도 텐다 오셔서나 질 드니 마우 팔라단 추파 그 조지 짱짱공.
Then, you know, like when you do this to your family, then your family will also have a bodhicitta, you know. Your family will also think good about you because you're trying your best to help them and to think good about them. So then they will also have a good thoughts and all, you know, and then also they will share about to other people. Then world become peace, you know, to have more compassion people like that, you know. So
공세와 더조디 제일 페트야 그 공레마도 소소티보 우야 데보 우야 라드 마레.
When we do a meditation, we should not think only about ourselves. I want to be happy. I want to be peace of mind, you know. It's to also think about other people, other beings, all sentient beings. How can I help, you know, other sentient beings?
뭐 든데시네 다 공데 디소 텐다오레 드니 다로마티네 히에고레 테 조와틀리.
This is how we like meditation, you know, we have to do the way of doing meditation. But if I continue, there's a long way to continue, you know. But then some of you might have a question to ask, you know.
Alexander,
Alexander, do you have any question? She's asking.
Thank you so much. I think there was someone, Keith, wanted to ask something. If anyone else also has some questions for Lama Yönten, please do unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Rashid, did you have some question? No.
That's why I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much. You know, I was just struck by that this is a lifelong lesson. This path of compassion, it's a lifelong journey. And I just wanted to share, thank you, and to share, this thing has come to me often what I call the fruit of compassion.
Rashid, is it just okay that Tenzin translates for Lama Yönten?
Yes, please.
그 투지치 나서 라마 연달하게 되단다 근데 소네 아니 콜라나다 닝제 라이다 미 미제 나로다 미제 강자리도 사다 닝제 되어라.
Yeah. I just want to just say, that compassion then bears many fruit. It bears many, many fruits in our lives and the lives of others. But I just want to thank you so much for that beautiful sharing.
닝제 라이디라 베 개천보르샤 미멍볼레 펜토 미멍볼레 야고차고 레스 안디 라마 연데 단다 송아들라 닝 다바는 투지치에서 닝제 걸.
Thank you, Rashid. Keith, welcome to the session. And you raised your hand, I think, at the beginning of Lama Yönten's teaching.
Maybe halfway through. Global namaste to everybody today, and congratulations on this wonderful event. And I'd just like to say hello to Lama Yonten. Okay. I just want to go back over a few years. In 2012, I was in Dharamsala.
Yeah.
Okay. And I had the pleasure of breaking away from the tourist group and talk to a Tibetan monk. And my question to Lama Yonten is he aware of the Garden Monastery in Tibet and also the Venerable Bagdro?
So yeah. Ko nima ni don chungi lo la dharamsala la do yin sa. Dharamsala la tourist jam do de do chi de ni tabaji to so san lama yin de la kina de pa ge Gandhi gomba ge kolla kharis ha ku yesa. You said the Gandhi monastery, no?
The garden, yes.
Garden kawai gomba.
Gati gomba ye.
Gati gomba.
Te Dharamsala nga kita chaji me kundi yino benjaya chonzo mato gomba mobondo te misa mihi.
But the Gandhi monastery is in the Tibet or in Dharamsala?
Well, I assumed it was in Tibet, but the name of the gentleman was the Venerable Bagdro.
Ko nana pyola re do sa Gandhi.
Really yore gati gomba chebo yore te jami totsare.
Yeah, he said that we used to have a Gandhi monastery in Tibet, then Chinese destroyed everything during the Cultural Revolution.
I don't know whether this is possible.
The Quran King is Lama de.
Mahia.
King me. Ale did this Zombabu the Bagdo le Kuna.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bagdro.
Yeah, I have seen his picture and I read a little bit about him. Yeah, he's a
he kindly accepted an invitation to dinner.
Okay, and Koran yam to kalasa gitu chisu sa kokopras.
So wonderful memories. Thank you very much.
Go pichung so sa odikas.
Thank you.
Tuchenasa.
Dr. Lakshmi, I see you also here. Welcome. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste to all of you. Well, it was a wonderful time was listening to all the details of Buddhism. And I was thinking how in India also, Buddhism is a very important religion. And we celebrate Buddha Purnima on 5th May every year.
Yeah.
And we also have other Buddhist organizations and their celebrations all over India. And it is the second most important religion.
Can I translate first? Because if you speak too long, I might miss the point.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Lama in the latter she delays and Ganzo Garato in a nangba chill pay tangazudo in a payment kishap your tigo res, a conzo kashina, conzo Garato in a conzo Jindamawa guitaring on a Buddha Purnimalan, Sangi, today kitchen which coras Sunzi Chigo resa. A conzo doinata sang the Buddha pay kitchen puts go reganalo lasa. Yes.
So we do respect the Buddhist religion in all the states of India.
Kwanza nang chula pe kushab yo gyaga mimang changma gi gyaga lumba changma la kushab chigo resa.
Thank you.
Tuchinas.
No. Jaga nga so nongba te robo na de pele ta nga so na de jaga cha cha.
Now we Tibetan, our second home is India,
Namaste.
Namaste.
Tenzin, you were just translating so far, but would you like to tell us a little bit about you and your past?
Oh, wow. My past? I'm still young, yeah. No, just teasing. No. Yes. hello everyone, and very pleasure to meet you all. And yeah, it's thank you so much, Alexandra, for inviting me. And though I'm not very knowledgeable like all the other speakers, and I see, like last time when she sent me these things and she asked me to say something, I said, no, I don't want to say anything because, when I saw the picture, all are very well learned, doctor and all these things, but I'm nobody. I didn't, I'm not a doctor. I don't know so much, So I said, no, I cannot, and she said, no, just speak about, like your life and all, So I just want to say that I was born and brought up in India. I was born in India and I was brought up in India. I was born in Sikkim, actually, the northeast part of India. And then I came to France when I was 21 years old. And since then, I'm in Europe. And I'm married and I have 2 kids, 2 boys, and I'm a working mother and busy with the boys. And I also have old parents with me. They live here in Belgium. I'm from Belgium right now. Yeah. So
Thank you, Tenzin. I think this is we all have done the free retreat there in this Buddhist temple, and the Trulshik Rinpoche, who was the teacher of Dalai Lama,
yes,
he used to say that it's not a teaching, but a person who should be Dzogchen, because we learn mostly Dzogchen. So for me, Lama Yunten, Tenzin, Mary, they really embody that. Just like what before we heard from the scholars here, it's about embodying the teachings. It's not about teaching the teachings and, preaching. So when Tenzin says, I'm nobody, for me, she was embodiment of the teachings from the moment I met her. And Lama Yunten and Mary, they were just always there for people. If somebody needed a mattress, if somebody needed food, if somebody needed transport to the hospital, it was just tell me, we'll organize, we'll help. Always 24 hours a day, there was like people knocking on their door for all kinds of things, they always helped. They always were there. They were really living that compassion, what they are also talking about. And then simplicity. I like that. I like that simplicity and natural compassion. It's just like really natural embodiment of compassion. So I want to thank you, all of you, like Tenzin, Lama Yunten, Mary, you were really inspiration for me. And I think also now to others who have questions. I see Lata, Dr. Lakshmi also have questions to you. So thank you so much. Lata, would you like to ask?
Global Namaste, everyone.
Namaste.
To the wonderful session, Alexandra, that you brought us wonderful guests today once more. And I just wanted to say, yes, I really do resonate and go along with your comments that this is real humanity in action from her, because she has, doing such great things, sacrificing her time and her life, and yet she's, saying it's just minute. And that's women for you. They always like to, give the praise and honor to God or others. So I take my, you're a good role model and a good example.
Yes.
And I hope your children really, turn out to be the wonderful individuals that their parents are. So I would like to just ask your speakers how it affects longevity, the teachings of Buddha, because obviously it's connected to Hinduism and the original faith that God had given us, and it's all intertwined, isn't it? And so I just wanted to, because he's keeping so remarkably well, health-wise and age-wise and, looks-wise, I just thought, how would he comment on that? I'd be just thankful. Over to you.
So Tenzila, did you hear the question? Also, you can translate Lama Yunten that she praised you as embodiment of that compassion and kindness, but also she asked Lama Yunten about vitality. What about that practice and that peace of mind and his path and journey and meditation practice?
is there a connection with vitality, longevity? Because he looks very young, Lama Yunten. His age.
Lama indela tandata tinde sungnara ani nangba chuda ngazu gomda zokola andila ani lama indela tandata pas sidi lama indela khunglo chinju thongu dos andi chide lama indela ita kuzi shape ten ta kuzi ringo ten la dila ta dinyamdo ta tuyures tandata gomda de kyuni tinde pendo gi re khandi res
다디 셀 부츠 똑보 마셰 강아 마셰 드네 진 신신 그 강아도 다 든데 온건도 나라에 다때 삐껴본도 강아 겐 온건도 가이셰나 다디 데보요바드 로롱게 하거나 드네가 데보 오건도 다디 메체 예름보 땡지레 마또 제라 강아 가레요바 롱게 강아 드뇽나 드네가 이두리두리 마또 야안 로야 메레
Lama Indela is saying it's very important to think how blessed you are to have a good health, to, like always think about what you have. You have to be grateful with that, not to think about, oh, I don't have this, like only negativity. Then it will also disturb your mind and also it's not good for your longevity. So he's saying that it's so important to think good about yourself and you have to think also how blessed you are every day,
다다 다다 nga gsomna pena nga no thoyo mare naomi chi thugo mare ti ta matho na ngarang gsaja te pena jaga yerum bore jaga den nangpare nangpa indi ngarang nangpare tine pen rewa chebondo kanga dupu hugumdo.
Yeah, because Lama Yuntin saying that Lama Yuntin haven't seen his family for I think almost 30 something years because he cannot travel to Tibet because of the Chinese, So he cannot see his brothers. He haven't met his family for more than 30 years. But, then he feel very close to India because when he came to India, like he left India, he came to India. So, like he don't think like, oh, why I have to see my family, like this kind of pressure. He don't keep in mind. He always think, oh, even if I, like I feel very close to India and I have all this in India is a Buddhist country also, So he doesn't feel that, he doesn't keep inside thinking about that all the time to disturb his mind,
ngarang ndi ndi jakane tajore ato pene ngone tajo mare.
Even what I'm wearing clothes, it's all come from India, I didn't got it from Tibet, So I feel very connected to India,
Very admirable. And what I was also experiencing, what the meditation that he asked us to do, it was so tranquilizing and, connecting to every cell. And I felt healing. And that was remarkable as well. I would really like to put that in practice and bring it on board. And so thank you.
Okay, sorry. Tanda lama yende like gom de lama yende like nyamle de this sungyo de mora pe pendo chumbo chagyo ro chaso sa. Tadi mora mutini ni mata pa chigi yis.
Re tati tata jaga ga avabeda ta tini nangba do yongs zokpa ndewa chebore chil chinti shene tini yapo shena sinchin lai pen tugir.
Because Lama Yendela is saying that in Indian medicine, Ayurvedic and all that, it's very connected to meditation also, So we if we do all together, it will benefit a lot of beings, to put all things together, meditation, Ayurvedic and all this, Western medicine, all.
Thank you so much. Mary, did you want to say something before we close? Hey, Mary.
Hi. No, not really. I'm just thankful to be here and blessed to be here. And thank you all so much for your presence and your amazing meditation, Lama Yonten. Thank you, Tenzin, for translating.
Thank you, Madini.
Tini kasi mena nga ta ngarang di samsada rewa chiyo.
And at the end, I have one request, and I have my one thing to say.
Teni chen nomba nino yotse ta gen tong cheremba kepa chang chang insare.
But what I've noticed that all of you today, you all are very well. It seems you all are very well learned. Yeah.
Ta mochia gen ra.
And most of you are teacher, doctor. You know, like all are like very great people.
Ta terine zong maupal phe khande thugendo. Nepal kande phe thosu. Tatal kande phe thugendo de solo che tang go ke chebore.
And I'm requesting you all from today onwards, please think about how to benefit others, how to think about good about sentient beings, you know, to how to this life as well as the next life. You know.
Nepikal kande phe thondo.
La.
Nepikal.
Yeah, like right now, the present, how can we help others? You know?
Past, yeah.
Down.
In the
past, what I have done, how I have helped people, you know.
Tatel sono tamna tini maupal tangi nima machila pentuana ta maupal manishila pentuya. Hotel solo tamne ta sensu teje pa.
You have to encourage yourself. In the past, I have helped 10 people, and now I'm going to help 20 people, you know, to encourage this, to have this encourage in yourself.
Tenita gepa lo chechu goyo meren somal ta shonchu sen de ji xie tona de no pa jibo ge ja mare shonchu sen.
It's having a bodhicitta mind is not only about Buddhism, you know, to be a Buddhist and to have this Buddhist. It's for everybody, all sentient beings. You know, we should have this bodhicitta mind for other beings.
That's all. You two know that kala ma machine ke te mo gon ken ge jenzi sinchi tamche ge ji kande ro ji.
Even like when you watch the YouTube, even animals, you know, how they help each other. Even they cannot communicate, but even though they help each other with the sign, you know, with the, yeah.
Nga so in da sayando, tuyando, geyando. Ani yo jen khashia jaka khashia la sayame, tuyame, tatso kanga mobon thegore, tatso le pe kande thondo. Ta somba jachewa sono tamna. Tini semba de yon kali kali rono.
And you know, like we have everything. We have food on the table, we have clothes to wear, you know. So we have to have a compassion for the people who don't have anything.
Tini saja jemba sayame yon tuyame jo sol sono tana ngatso tibore.
And when you think about all these beings who doesn't have food to eat, you know, how much suffering they're suffering in the world. So you have, when you think about that, you have to feel very blessed what you have. You know?
Tini ngatso zupo chanso ondo, me chanso ondo, yonzo chanso ondo ti. Yutu no cheta yana, kongba mejo kagande igetgendo. Lakpa mejo gatini kongbi khala sagendo. Tatso sono to nangatso tibore tibo mare, trawas kina sosol.
You have to ask yourself, people, you know, like who doesn't have a feet, you know, like they like people who doesn't have hand, they even try to write with their feet, you know. So you have to ask yourself what you don't have, you know. You have everything, you know.
That's all sono to nangatso ngone nyere ki goya ke chebore.
It's so important to think like every day in life you're happy. You know? You have to be happy. It's so important. And I hope and I pray and I request you all to please help others, you know.
Thank you.
Even to help, you know, like even you cannot help your parents, you know, if you help other beings, it's also the same, you know, you're helping somebody.
And
he said, that's all. Thank you so much for everybody.
Thank you, Tenzin. Tenzin, can you tell Lama no that it's so beautiful when you think of others before you?
Yeah.
you have moksha. You are a very powerful person because you can never be a loser. You are thinking of others before you, like how our mothers do as well.
Yeah.
They always put the children first. So if you could translate to him and say, thank you very much, and then I come back to you.
라마인들라 투지치나서 라마인들라 기타다디 송교디 가디네 소수시 소소레 시 개체라에 삐 개체보레 말아서 파마게 된데치니 마게 된데치니 경교라서 소소레 소소 뿌구디 개체진데 경교란 투시나서.
And if you could tell Lama that that is what we teach at Healing Our Earth, that we get other people above us, because as we push them above us, they can also carry us above. And that's what bonus of life is. So thank you, Lama Yonten.
콘조 단다디 콘조 힐링 라이드 미 타야드 콘조 디디 쉐디오 디디 콜라 디 쉐고레사 콘조 소소레 미 파주디 개체레란 안데 단다 라마인들라 된데 송아데라 닝 타파네 투지체나서.
Thank you. And what we're going to do now, Tenzin, thank you very much. You've been so patient. You've been translating with your smile and emitting energy, with the coolness and calmness. So stay around. Ask Lama to stay for a while to give the blessings. Alexandra, Amrita, what we are going to do now is tell people about our future episodes. Then we want to have 5 minutes each. So Rashid, you will start with your meditation for 5 minutes. We will then jump on to Maya and Carl, because live, learn, and grow. They will be living with us, they will be learning with us, and they will be growing with us. Then we go to Mary, who loves chanting. And then our own anchors, Alexandra and Amrita, who are yoga experts and meditation, they never get a chance. So today, 5 minute round the table over here, and then Lama can bless everybody at the end. So Alexandra, Amrita, first let's go to our future episodes and share with the global audience who are connected to us on a YouTube, Facebook, and the website. And Amrita, what is happening next week?
Yeah, thank you, Neil Kumar. So next week we are coming with World Tai Chi and Qigong Day celebration, the 26th anniversary on 27th of April from 2 p.m. GMT onwards.
Actually, it's a mistake. It's 2 p.m. BST onwards.
BST, British Summer Time.
Yes, thank you. And
then we are having Ayurveda special episode. So all those who are Ayurveda enthusiasts and love to heal themselves and practice ancient systems can join us on 4th of May, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. And then something yummy for your plates with Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, where we try to achieve good health gastronomically. So you can join us for this free global online episode on 11th of May 2025 from 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards. Followed by mental health awareness episode on 18th of May, 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards.
So thank you, Amrita. Alexandra, what we are now going to do, let's go to Rashid, who has been here. We are very proud to announce Rashid is a singer as well. And he's released a very beautiful album. So just go on your website and do search for Rashid Ongularu. Rashid Ongularu, and you will see it's also available on Spotify. So Rashid, maybe either you can sing what we are going to talk about, which will be better, and then we go to meditation. Over to you, Rashid.
Wow, thank you so much. It's been a beautiful day. I'm not going to sing, but I want to take us to that place where the voice can take us and where music can take us, which is to open the heart. I want us to go on to a very, very short, what I call open heart surgery. Music is one of those things that can touch the heart. And I want to thank Mary for touching her heart with the sound of the drum and the sound of the voice. But I just want to invite us just to close our eyes, whether it is that we're here in the online room or whether we listen to this online, just close our eyes. And we're going to bring our attention to our center, to our heart. There's a beautiful saying, can you find room in your heart? The Lama was beautifully teaching us about the importance of being compassionate, and that journey begins in the heart. So just take a moment just to hear the beating of your own heart. Just to pause. Just to breathe. Just to remember that your heart is beating. Maybe you'll notice that the noise of the mind is just beginning to slow. Just letting the thoughts go, just being with the body, being with the breath. Being grateful for the heart. Now opening the heart, first of all, to your own self. If there's any of your own pain, just to acknowledge it, to let it be, and to know that even that pain can be an invitation for great, deeper compassion for others. We often say how our heart goes out to others. Be here with yourself just for a moment with your own heart. Maybe you've got a heavy heart. Maybe you're feeling light-hearted, just being there with your heart. Now letting it open to others, finding that room in your heart. Appreciating that pain of others that you know. Who do you know who's going through difficulty, through challenges? Maybe just wishing them well, just holding them in your heart. Maybe there's someone whose time is coming toward an end, toward the end of life. Maybe somebody who's in the early stages of the life. Maybe somebody who's going through grief or uncertainty. Just opening the heart. Whilst the heart's there deep in the chest, remembering when we go about our day-to-day lives that it's there available for everybody. It's just taking a moment of silence to be with yourself and to appreciate the sanctity of life, the uncertainty of life, that each heartbeat is a gift. It's a blessing. Every day is a blessing and a bonus. We don't need to wait for the music to touch our hearts. We don't need to wait for the films to open us up to others' pain and others' beauty and their majesty. But in every day when we see every face, everybody who we meet is the most important person. Just for that moment, each person in front of us is the most important person. So as we begin to just round up this open heart surgery, just to be at peace with yourself, to be at peace with the contents of your mind, whatever's gone before, be grateful for learning in it. whatever it's to be, know that you're ready for it with a kind heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful, soothing, and yet deeply inside. Rashid, well done. Rashid, while we got you over there, we still want to hear you humming just for 30 seconds. Anything you like. We're not going to let you go without that. Maya and Carl are happy because they knew that was coming.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to sing a song. It's funny that we hear a space of East meets West. I remember when I was a teenager hearing a song that touched my heart. It's actually by Julian Lennon, the son of John Lennon. Of course, we know that John Lennon was very inspired by music from India. I'm going to sing a little bit of a song by Julian Lennon, which is called Salt Water. Maybe some of you know it. I'm going to try and sing. I haven't warmed up today. We are a rock revolving around a golden sun. We are a billion children rolled into one. But when I hear of how the forests have died, salt water melts in my eye. We light the brightest desert, we see the ocean bloom. We're so enchanted we can walk on the moon. Why must one baby feel so lonely? She cried. Salt water melts in my eye. I have lived for love, but love is not enough, and the world I love is dying. Time is not enough, and friends, we're out of time, and it's slowly passing by. We are a rock revolving around a golden sun. We are a billion children rolled into one. But when I hear of how the forests have died, salt water welts in my eye. Salt water melts in my eyes.
Thank you, Rashid. So, those who haven't heard Rashid before, you think he's just a mentor, well-being, wellness? He can sing too. Rashid, Amrita and Alexandra will invite you in our multi-faith unit as well. And look, Maureen from Canada really appreciates that. She can feel the resonance of your frequency. And we'll go to Maureen in a while as well. Thank you, Rashid. Rashid, stay around. Let's go to someone you know quite well, Maya and Carl. Maya and Carl, you've got 3-4 minutes. What meditation or what chanting or what peace you want to bring on the earth so Lama can bless you all the way from France?
Thank you. I mean, I suppose we can dive into a small thought, really, is that the power of a single thought over physics, biology, and all the other sciences. So by holding a single thought and staying true to that thought, your brain will go through neuroplasticity, which is a rewiring of the brain. It might create new neurons, which is neurogenesis. That's 2 biological processes, infinitely more complex than that one simple thought. And as you're doing that, your electromagnetic field alters. Your heart projects a field out 3 foot away, your brain less or so. As your biology, as your mind's adapting, your biology adapts, your magnetic field adapts, all from that one simple thought. So it's quite important really about how that one thought can change so much within yourself and how that one single thought can change so much about your world. So one thing we're not is powerless. We have the most amazing amount of power because that one thought that we hold can change everything. So it's kind of something really to sort of really think is that simplicity is the root of all complexity.
That is complex in itself. Simplicity, root of all complexity. So if you got it there, okay, right? If you want to be complex, be simple. And
Absolutely.
fine, you'll be able to gain that. Thank you, Carl. Thank you. Maya, any last sentence from you?
I guess just think about what that one thought you might like to hold in your mind could be as the takeaway. Maybe, for 10 seconds or a minute, we can sit with that one thought.
Beautiful. So Tenzin say, if you could tell Lama that we are going around, all of us bringing meditation and sharing peace, love, and unity. And the two people, Tenzin, that follows Lama are Amrita and Alexandra, because while they are expert, while they run retreats, while they are well-being wellness coach, they always put the contributors before them. But today we are going to put them above us, and we are going to make sure they get a little session as well. Okay, Tenzin? So stay around.
Okay.
And you can just tell Lama, we are loving his presence in silence.
Lama indela ta de pen pe go chung so san koran zu changma di ko changma gi kamanga ngaringa lo koran se gi ta nam jun di chie di yora labia zo di konzo dis shi kya ni koran zo de ko la songo re san lama la de shu ni go chung so ni konzo la tume na ro chi san koran sta na mutu Alexander da hunzo ta na shi re sa na Alexander do ne ta pa mi pha ju shin di ke che do si go re sa ta pa Dichidi ani tanda morange tisunga yoresa. And the shuro cheese at this.
Thank you. Thank you. So stay around. And talking about others, let's go to one of our regular contributors now from Canada. She practices RIT and quite a popular person. In fact, she did a wonderful retreat and is still doing many. Maureen, you resonated with what Rashid did and what Lama was saying. You are also good at meditation. Maybe over the next 3 minutes, why don't you jump into meditation mode as well?
Thank you. Yes, it's a beautiful resonance here today. My work is called Inner Resonance Technologies, and I help people clear all of the clutter in their mind field, where all the bombs are kept, a mind field, so that they can be at peace and in presence. And so I just love being present with all of you here today in this beautiful space. And in the Christian tradition, it's Resurrection Day at Easter. And so being mindful, being present, being compassionate gives us that extra opportunity to sit with that awareness of how we can be of service and how we can resurrect our own selves to more compassion and more service and more love and being happy for no reason, because that is the gift of presence, that we can just show up and not need to say anything at all. And I say that from a person that says a lot. And I do have that capacity to be quiet. And so I thank you for including me today, dear Neil. You're such a beautiful moderator, and it's always wonderful to be with the Healing Our Earth family. I apologize. I need to go and help somebody, of all things. And so I have a call starting in just a few minutes. But I thank you so much. And I really appreciate you all the way from Vancouver, Canada.
Thank you, Maureen. And earlier we had all the way from there, Jeffrey Armstrong and David Fraley in USA. Thank you, Maureen. So that was Maureen from Canada. She practices IRT amongst others. She's a well-being wellness mentor and a coach as well. So it's beautiful to have so many different people over here. Let's move again around the country. And if we go to Alexandra, let's come back to Croatia. You actually, during the pandemic, started as a Healing Our Earth contributor, as a yoga and meditation person, and brought in so many wonderful souls. And you became a producer. Now we are a senior admin team as well, together with Amrita, who is our chief admin. Alexandra, what have you got lined up for us for next 3-4 minutes that we can enjoy your energy as well?
is it okay if I just give priority to Mary because she needs to leave? Also, Dawn has friend. And
Let's go to Mary.
Let's go to Mary. And I'm here.
Yes, let's go to Mary. Mary again is our regular contributor now. She brings in energy. She brings different kind of bountiful energy and her wisdom as well. Mary, global namaste to you, and please hit us with your nice energy.
Namaste. Okay, thank you so much for your presence, everyone. I have nothing more to say. I'll just leave you with just a short version of Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of Compassion, and I'll leave you with her mantra. And if you feel like it, you are welcome to sing along. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Thank you.
So soothing, so simple. Anybody can, you don't even have to, for those even if they didn't follow the language or something, if you are, from an international, it was so soothing, it just gets into you. And Mary, that's what you are. Gently, soothingly, through your words, you get into people's mind and bring that calmness and peacefulness. It's so beautiful. We love it. Okay, back to you, Alexandra and Amrita. Today, you've always been putting everybody ahead of you, like how Lama says, think of others first and you will love it. Well, today you've got a chance to be part of the session as well.
Okay, so we were talking about selfish emotions. We did open heart surgeries. We did Lama Yönten meditation. There was so much about how not to be selfish. So let us just do one stretch, like doing surrender pose, like just lifting our arms like this. Try to have your forearms, lower arms parallel to each other, and the upper arms parallel to the floor. So drop your shoulders down. So we are surrendering. We are surrendering all the thick concepts of duality, of selfishness, of anything that can ruin our peace of mind. We just let go, we just surrender. We just don't want this anymore. So feel the lightness, feel ease in your shoulders, in your arms. So it just represents like we surrender ourselves to compassion, awakened mind. We had this Avalokiteshvara mantra, now we had Tara. We talked so much about what is it to be in the world. It's not like we don't want to be blissed out and ignore the world. We want to be part of the world. First, we surrender to the world. We are one with the world. Relax your shoulders, relax your arms, and then just leave them there in the lap. It's about just being simple. Whatever we do, even when we lift our arms, when we are kind to each other or to ourselves, it's about being simple and natural. It's all about that. Lata, you can put your arms down and always just do that, all that we don't want to get heavy and tingle. It's like really where the true value lies. It's in being kind and gentle and simple, and not to pretend, not to take some postures or do things, but with wrong motivation. It's really, I think the motivation is the key. Even
if we do mistakes, but our motivation was right, I think the karma is not going to be that bad. So, Dr. Lakshmi, just drop your arms gently down, release the arms into the lap. Thank you. Thank you all.
So there you are, quite simple yet so effective in a simple, soothing way. That was Alexandra Horwood. She's a senior team member at Healing Our Earth, also one of the leads at the Glow Women. She's also doing retreats and now started exciting retreats in Croatia. And one in October seems so exciting. The sea blue water, the sky green, you know, the sky which is blue normally. She has actually captured the blue-green sky. Similarly, the reflection of the water, which is blue-green water as well, with a nice panoramic view as well. Alexandra, when is the date for that one?
It's the 18th October to the 25th, just 1 week. But anyway, whenever somebody wants to come in 2025, I'm here and I will help you with meditation, yoga, and all of that. And we have some other massage therapists and wonderful turquoise waters, cleanest water in Europe, beautiful air, beautiful food. So just come anytime. I'll be here waiting for you.
So Alexandra, what we should do, maybe Maya and Carl can rustle a few people from Hertfordshire, Rashid can from UK, Lama and Tenzin from Belgium and France, Dr. Riddhi Vyas, because she's the president of the Hindi Forum of Europe. I think all of us could plan something maybe tail end of this year or early next year. Together, we can bring in our pockets of followers and bring Croatia into international standard. So let's work towards that. Let's help each other as a family. We help each other as our fan followers. So it's beautiful. That's what we do at Healing Our Earth. Like what Lama Yanten says, we think of others and how we can promote others. In so doing lies our happiness. So it's very simple. If you focus on people apart from yourself and others, you will find you are so light and you will enjoy life because you're doing for others. When you do for self, then it's a pressure. It's an ego. It's to deliver. It's to pass the exam. So that's what we do. And one of the person, she's such a wonderful soul over here, apart from being a chief admin at Healing Our Earth. She's very regular and she's involved in so many projects. And one of them is a beautiful mind-body consciousness in IIT Mandi in India. Let's welcome our very own senior anchor, chief admin at Healing Our Earth, Dr. Amrita Sharma.
Thank you, Neelkumar. These things might not be possible without you, in fact. And I think today's episode has been a very beautiful episode. I'm really glad, Alexandra, you brought Tenzin as well as Yam Lama Yonten out because I'm very much touched with the Tibetan religion, born and brought up with the cultures where we have the Hindu temple on one side and where at Dharamsala we have the monasteries where there's a lot of prayers with the songs and the mantras which Mary just sang just now. And it just reminds me of so much of love that culture has brought. And the religion, when you talk about any religion in any form, it always talks about the same. For me, teaching yoga to people globally has been a very big inspiration in a way to find that everyone talks about the same thing. Everyone talks about global peace. Everyone talks about the inner resonance. And everyone talks about, right from this episode where we started with Amadev Shastriji, David Troy, talking about the inner realization of the self. And we ended with Lama Yonten, again talking about the same thing. And that's what is the self-discovery, to know about yourself. And I think being a human being, we are blessed with that kind of intellect to understand that and to have the power to change the world and to make that change. And another thing which we always forget is, as Maya and Carl and Rashid had been talking about, to learn from nature and to always be thankful to the nature. And that's why, whether we talk about Lord Buddha, who gained his enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, which is again the tree of life, or we talk about any other religion, the nature as well as the learnings of the nature, whether you talk about Vedic religions or you talk about Jesus, it is always the same. It is Easter, but I would like to also remember, being studying in the convent school, I have realized that if we see Jesus, he has been a great spiritual soul energy. If you see his face when he's been crucified, his face is not in pain and suffering. His face is a reflection of peace, as well as a greater soul that resides within him, which teaches us that same radiance of energy. And same lessons we get from so many religious leaders and gods and goddesses who have been the inspiration, or who are the inspiration, the deities whom we follow in today's time. And visiting them, talking about these things is also the part of Bhakti Yoga. And that's what David Frawley has been talking about, right? That talks about the Anandamaya Kosha, which talks about the real Ananda that is achieved, the state of bliss that comes from anything. It can come from a very small aspect of looking at something, playing with children, enjoying life, to understand the purpose, for helping others, for giving life, for selfless service, or in any mode of understanding of self-realization. So how it comes, that real bliss comes to you, may vary from person to person. And it also, Tenzin, I would like to tell you that for this knowledge, we do not need education. We just need wisdom. And if somebody is not a doctor, and even if he has not studied, can even be a great yogi. And therefore, please never hesitate to come to this platform. This platform is not a platform of learned people. It's the platform of just handful of those people who resonate their energies with love and compassion. And therefore, the doors of this platform is always open for you.
Thank you so
So
much.
never ever hesitate on that, because it's not about the education. It's about just few moments of life that we cherish together. And that's what yoga is, I think. And that's what the journey of self-transformation is. How you happily lead the life and make others live the life happily is what the true message of today's episode of yoga and meditation is. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Amrita. Well, Tenzin,
Yes.
we might have Dawn coming in a moment. If she does, she loves chanting. But does Lama Yonten chant as well? Does it do chanting?
Lama Indala Chikyo Nangi Besa. Nada Kanini.
Tibetan chanting is so
Oh,
soothing
Om
and
Mani
beautiful.
Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Oh, same. Yes. Please.
So, Amitabha Joyana.
He will do the mantra of Amitabha.
Okay.
Maho ngamsa samji nawan thaye dang yeser chu tuje chenpo dang jende sepa te jende nalai samji shangse parme koji deshe ngamsa hwadar me bayi dai jinji shayi shi gangse dakshin dene tsimbi je mata shiwa yinji paman choba Teri shene nanda jamdo hyo teke darga malata bayi shuje sanji shanse tamchi ji kemen drubara shinje labdas Teata benze jaya abodana so amadeva shi amadeva shi amadeva shi
So soothing. You know, at Healing Our Earth, we go to different countries, different nationality, different people's background, and we merge together as one energy. Can you imagine a big conduit of one energy that goes in the tunnel And then there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And that's what healing our earth does. And another person who is wonderful soul here is our smiling, bubbly Dawn with Mary. Dawn, what? Oh, you got the guitar ready as well. Yes, go ahead. Come on, bring in the vibes. Let's carry on.
Thank you, Neil. Hello, so good to be here today. I am sharing a song of mine, and this song is really about allowing ourselves to see that nature is part of us and like having that oneness with nature. And I feel like now, because we're in the blossoming of spring, right? So really, when we walk in nature and we see all these flowers and all the colors, and really reminding ourselves that that beauty is within us, that essence. And this song is about, it's called The Flower of Life. And this is like a reminder of like the nectar, the truth, the love that we carry, and really walking that beauty way path forward. And yeah, just like drinking beauty, drinking prayer, and aligning with that flower within, because we're all flowers. So yeah. Let me see if do we have the original song. We have that on?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Enter the doorway, a forest of life, a unicorn waiting there for me. She whispers softly into my ear, are you the child of the forest, my dear? Walk bare on the earth, sing your songs to me, and blessings will flow abundantly. I am drinking the flower of life. I am drinking the flower of light. I am drinking the flower of life. I am drinking the flower of light. Amahe, 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 amahe. I walk through the forest of life, have nothing afraid, standing unafraid. I enter a doorway of sacred trees, a unicorn waiting there for me. She whispers softly into my ear, I know what it is that brought you here. Your being is glowing the same as mine. Remember to embrace your shine. I am the flower of life. I am drinking the flower of light. I am drinking the flower of life. I am drinking the flower of light. Yamahe, yamahe, yamahe. Hey, yamahe, yamahe, yamahe. Hey, yamahe, yamahe, yamahe. Hey, yamahe, yamahe, yamahe.
Wasn't it very soothing, peaceful? Dawn, we love the energy that you spread. Obviously, Mom has trained you quite well and sent you so much blessings. And this is what we can do. We can pass the knowledge down. You are so soothing, so wonderful. We love every moment. Every time you come here, you bring that spark, you bring that love. It's just simply beautiful. And if you want to know more about her, Dawn Red, just go there. She is again on a Spotify as well, Flower of Life. So it's so wonderful that our own people are not just in on the healing our earth, they are actually out there in the market as well. Dawn, we are very proud of you. Thank you very much. Alexandra, well done. Thank you for being the co-producer with Riddhi and Amrita over here. It's so wonderful that all of us merged into one family. Lama, thank you very much for patiently being there for a long time, secretly, shiningly, passing your blessings to all the people who were there. Rashid, although you were busy and you had onward plan, you just stayed in here because you love the energy. Maya, Carl, same thing to you as well. We wish you all the best in Hertfordshire. You're not very far from London, people. So the London team will be in touch with you. Dr. Lalit Soda and Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, even Mita and Lata from London as well. So it'll be so wonderful. We become one big family. Amrita, maybe we can close with a nice soothing Gayatri mantra now.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone, for this episode. And Alexandra, I invite Tenzin and Lama Yontin to Dharamshala as well.
Oh,
We have got beautiful monasteries there. It is Dalai Lama's home, and I invite everyone to please be there as well, to do visit sometimes.
Thank you so much. Actually, I haven't been to India for last 8 years because of the COVID and all. So I really want that my children should have a blessing from Dalai Lama, you know. So we are planning maybe in few years we will be there.
Yes,
So
in April, May, he comes to Dharamshala. It's
Yes.
his hometown, and we have got very good monasteries, prayers, as well as a lot of things. So you're most welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this episode and for staying back. It was really very wonderful to have everyone, and a special thanks to David Frolle, to Dhruv Chatralia ji, as well as Riddhi and Alexandra, of course, for making it a wonderful episode as a co-producers of today's episode, and for lighting up these moments with all our guests and Lata ji, Meeta ji, and our technical director Nishit Bhai, and none other than Neil Kumar. So thanks a lot, and let's close today's episode. We look forward to welcome you all for the next episode on Tai Chi and Qigong, which is again a special episode of 26th anniversary. So don't miss out, and please share these vibrations of healing and spread love to everyone. Let's chant the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.